feel this party's over. Gypsy, sitting looking pretty. A broken rose with laughing eyes. You're Miss Stray, always running wild, like a child without a home. You're always searching for a feeling, but it's easy come and easy go. Oh, I'm sorry, but it's true. You're bringing on the heartache, taking all the best of me. Oh, can't you see? You got the best of me. Whoa, can't you see? You're bringing on the heartbreak. Bringing on the heartache. Bringing on the heartbreak. Can't you see? Can't you see? Such a secret, misty-eyed and shady. Lady, how you hold the key. Oh, you're like a candle. Your flame is slowly fading. Hey! I'll be licking that. Burning out and burning me. Can't you see? Just trying to say to you, you're bringing on the heartache, taking all the best of me. Oh, can't you see? You got the best of me. Whoa, can't you see? You're bringing on the heartbreak. Bringing on the heartache. Bringing on the heartbreak. I'm all alone now. Phooey. I don't have an ashtray. Two people watching? Both of them are me. Well, I'm wildly popular. Oh, there's 3 people watching. That means there's one other person besides me. Hello, third person. I'm not a very popular live streamer. Apparently. Nobody watches because I don't do anything. I just sit here. I have a dog. He's under the blanket though, so you can't see him. You just have to trust me. Yep. 3 people watching. 2 of them are me. See, now if I were pretty, more people would watch my stuff. They'd watch my videos. They'd watch my live streams. But you know, I'm not a pretty young girl. That's the problem. Everybody wants to see pretty young girls. Nobody wants to see me. Clara Schaefer. Hi, Clara Schaefer. Hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you for commenting. I feel so alone. If you can see how many people are watching, what is it? Is it 3 still? 2 of them are me. So it's just you and me, Clara. Thank you for commenting. I feel less alone now. Oh, Bernie Loff is here. Yay! Hi, Bernie Loff. That's 2 people. Says yay to being Walton and Yoda o'clock. I know, I wasn't here yesterday or the day before. Yesterday I forgot my ashtray. I'm so upset. I have to ash onto my metal tray that I. Anyway, yesterday I was having dinner with my daughter and my daughter's boyfriends. One of them I've known for a long time. The other one I just met. I don't have much of an opinion on him because there was not a lot of conversation between the 2 of us because he didn't talk very much. And I don't know how to talk to people, so it was tough. Ronnie Lost, it was great to see you. I respectfully missed you all. Respectfully missed you all. I respectfully missed you all. Respectfully missed you all. How do you disrespectfully miss somebody? I'm not being critical. As to missing you all and being pissy about it. Oh, pissy! I'm pissy. Missed you. I pissily missed you all. So the opposite of respectfully is pissily. Okay, we're cool. Wishing you well and fun while missing you. Thank you. Back at ya. This is working really fast. I feel it in my face. I've been smoking sativa all day long. This is my first This is my first indica of the day. Indica basil. Message held for review. Ronnie Loff, your message was held for review. I'm going to hit the show button because I know it's fine, but hold on. RC may be a better word, or just straight up bring a dick about missing you all. Bring a dick? Bring means equals being. Oh, being a dick about missing you all. Okay. RC? What's RC? Like being assy? RC may be a better word, just straight up being a dick about missing you. There's another message held for review. Bring a dick. That's what you wrote. Bring a dick about missing you. Oh, hey, I was missing you. Yeah, well, why don't you bring a dick about it? RC means being an ass, LOL. RC like arse. Like ARSE, like Like over in Europe, they say arse, right? Isn't that what the Scottish say? Hold a mouse. Hi, hold a mouse. Says hi, Walton and people. Clara Schaefer, thank you for clarifying what arse meant. Arsey, that makes sense. Like your arse. We say ass here in America. We don't say arse unless we're trying to not say ass. Like you're being an arsehole. Then you're not saying arse. It's like saying the word bum. We don't say bum, we say butt. Arsey means being an ass. I have to use that word. You're being arsey about it. Ronnie Loss says, being arsey is short for arsehole. Oh, no shit. So I'm not being Nandale about you guys not being available and missing y'all. I'm not being Nandale about you guys not being available and missing you. What's Nandale? Annandale? I'm not being Annandale. Is that a city? Arsey is short for arsehole? In America, ass is short for asshole. Is there a message held for review? Bernie Loff, it's you again. Fuck that typo autocorrect. I want to show that. Not, oh shit. Not being an arsehole, etc. Is that what Annandale? Not being an, oh, how did arsehole got autocorrected to Annandale? Is that a city where you are? What the fuck is Annandale? I've never seen that word. Why would anything autocorrect to it? I mean, it wouldn't where I am. Fucking autocorrect. My worst case of autocorrect was when I sent someone, there was an email where I sent it to a vendor at a company that I worked at. I needed to get some prices on some stuff that was not normal stuff that you would ask for. So I said, I need you to, basically I had to add, I called a call company and said, look, I know I need you to get out of, you're gonna have to get out of your chair and you're gonna have to go look in your building to see if you have this. It's not something you can look up on the computer. And then I said, sorry for the inconvenience, but I misspelled inconvenience so bad, it changed to incontinence. And I hit send. I realized it as I was hitting send, and I'm like, no. And I, of course, followed it up with another email. So I meant, sorry for the inconvenience, not for the incontinence. It was embarrassing. She said she hadn't laughed that hard in a really long time. I felt so dumb. All right, here's another message being held for review by Bernie Loff again. I'm just going to show it. It says, fuck know where that word came from. LOL, it surprised me too. LOL. Annandale. I had to look at how to pronounce it. Annandale, because I'd never seen it before. HXNK. How do you pronounce your name? HXNK. It says, what have you done to your life? Oh, I'm a fucking mess. HXNK. I'm a total shit show. So with my life, it's all fucked up. So I could tell you, but you could watch the 3,000 videos I have on my channel that show how fucked up I am. So that's what I have done to my life. Clara Schaefer says, buddy, where are you that you call it an arsehole? Shit, man. I was watching Braveheart back in the 90s. And he said, Mel Gibson said, you can kiss your own arse. Something like that. James Moreland. Hi, James Moreland. Says hello everyone. Bernie Loft says I'm a Brit in USA. My bad. LOL. You're okay. It's okay to be a Brit in the USA. That's not a you didn't fuck up there. You don't need to say my bad for being British and being in the United States. It's totally fine. British people are allowed to come to the United States. We're all okay with the British people. We love your accent. Even when you could say, if you were to say, like, I love the British accents because they make everything sound so delightful. Like, if the way that I had someone who was British say this, I say, this food is disgusting. And the way they said it made the food sound delicious and I wanted to eat it. So, anyway, British English and American English are very different Englishes. There's a message held for review. Bernie Loft. Go figure. It says, oh, trust. It says, oh, trust. I fucked up bad. You misspelled fucked up. You took the U out of fucked up and it still held it for review. It says, I fucked up bad. No, you didn't. What, being British in the United States? That's not a fuck up. Unless you're here illegally, then you fucked up. Bernie Loft says, oi, oi, James. And then Clara Schaefer says, hi. And Hilda Mouse says, hi, James. And then Bernie Loft says, oh, oh, no, I already read that one. James Merlin says, I got court in class on Tuesday and fingers are crossed that they just send me to jail so I don't have to do math. You'd rather go to jail than do your homework? Damn. What class is that? Bernie Lost says, LOL, sorry. Now, what are you apologizing? Are you still apologizing for being British in the United States? It's okay. You don't have to apologize for that. I think it would be cool if I were American in England. I mean, that's never going to happen. I'm not going to leave my country. I doubt I ever leave my state. I mean, I don't even like leaving my city. Hilda Mouse says to James, that sucks. Yeah, James, don't go to prison. Bernie Law says, James, is that true? James Ron says, yeah, it is true. It's complex ass maths. Again, I mean, can't you think what? I have questions, but I don't know if I'm allowed to ask. You don't have to answer. I'll ask, but you don't have to answer. I don't want to pry. What are you going to court for? Because if it's something horrible, I'll consider blocking you from my channel. But based on how and all the messages that you've left on the channel, I don't think it is. Is it like traffic court or something like that? I haven't been to court in a while. Yeah, it has been a while since I've been to court, like for an offense. I one time I had to go to court because I got a ticket for having an open beverage container in the parking lot of a huge amphitheater at a Jimmy Buffett concert. We're literally at the whole parking. We were tailgating. Everybody in the fucking parking lot was drinking margaritas and beer. It was a blast. It was a Jimmy Buffett concert. So everyone was tailgating in the party before the concert. As soon as the gates opened, we were in there, we all out of our car. Everybody was having a blast. There was a guy riding a bicycle around that had a blender on the back of it and it worked. Anyway. So this was back in the summer of 1999. So we're in the park, me and a bunch of my friends, we're all sitting around our car drinking beer. We had our lawn chairs. I was sitting there drinking beer. There was so many people. Everybody was just getting drunk at the Jimmy Buffett concert. And it was a whole crap load of white people, which I didn't notice until my friend started screaming all of a sudden at a police officer who was putting the only person of color that was at the Jimmy Buffett concert in handcuffs. And I didn't notice that this was happening. I didn't even notice any of this was happening. I was very drunk. Until he started screaming at the police officer, and I'm like, what's going on? And I had a video camera at the time, and I was like video cameraing the whole parking lot scene. And I wound up videotaping this conversation that I had with my friend. I'm like, dude, you got to shut up. Because he started screaming at the cop about being racist, being a racist pig and shit like that. Because I'm looking around. As soon as he starts saying, because he's like, man, he's arresting the only person here is not white. And I looked around and I'm like, oh, holy shit, man, you're right. He is doing that. But I'm like, dude, you got to calm down. The police don't like it when you yell at them. They're going to call for backup. And what do you think they're going to do? They're going to walk right over fucking here. So sure as shit, he's just like screaming at this police officer who's putting this guy in handcuffs. And then another cop comes over and is like talking to the guy in handcuffs, and the guy that was being screamed at walked straight over to us and started asking every single one of us for ID because we were all drinking. And he wrote us all a ticket for having open beverage container in the parking lot. Now there were signs on literally on every single light post, then every single post that there was in this parking lot. They were fucking everywhere that said no open beverages in the parking lot. It was clear as fucking day. I mean, from where I was standing, I could see 4 or 5 of them pointed directly at me. So there was no doubt that I was breaking the law. We were very aware that we were breaking the law, but fucking everybody was doing it. Well, sure as shit, he gave us a ticket for having an open beverage container because he was pissed. He was pissed at my friends, so he took it out on all of us. He was pissed. He was just pissy and bitchy the whole time. But the other cop that he was with was not. He was just like, oh man, do we really have to go through this? Man, he didn't want to get involved. He was the one that took the other guy out of handcuffs and let him go. Uh, so we all got tickets. There were four of us who got tickets. And we all had to go to court one day. It was on a volleyball night too, which really sucked. It was on my league volleyball night, and I love playing volleyball because volleyball was always my sport before I got horribly injured. Because there's no catching. Sports with no catching, I'm good at that. I'm great at sports with no catching. I was. I'm old now. Anyway, oh my God, no. What was I saying? So I had to go to court. And I know now, and I didn't know this then, and I feel so. I mean, I was young. I was in my 20s. Summer '99. I was 23. So I had to go to court, and the options were you can plead guilty, you can plead not guilty, or you can plead guilty with an explanation. I didn't know this, but the police officer that wrote me the ticket wasn't there. And if I would have been like, if I would have said something to the judge about he's not here, the judge would have just thrown it out. I didn't know that. None of us knew that. So I pled guilty with an explanation. I'm like, it was the Jimmy Buffett concert is what I said. I said it was a Jimmy Buffett concert. And I was the second person. The second one of us. There were all four of us. I was the number 2 guy that went through and said it was a Jimmy Buffett concert because they're going through an alphabetical order. So I was the second one. I'm like, it was the Jimmy Buffett concert. And he's like, all right, here's like, all right, you have to pay the court fee and you're going to be on 1-year probation. And I'm just like, oh. And he's like, is that fine? And I'm like, okay, yeah. And then so I had to pay the court fee, which was $21. And I would rather have paid a bigger fee than have been on probation for a fucking year. It was awful. 23 years old, being on probation sucked. I had to like drive the speed limit and shit. It just sucked. I mean, I remember it being just a shitty year. I remember having to tell people, no, I'm on probation. Because, you're 23, you do dumb things when you're drinking. We're like, hey, people are out, we're drinking, we're doing stuff. Okay, do you want to go break this law? And I'm like, no, I'm on probation. Now, in my old age, for the same thing, someone said, you want to go break this law? I'd be like, no, I'm an adult. I'm old. I don't want to go to jail. Anyway, by the time my fourth friend got up to plead his case, he's like, yeah, but we're at the Jimmy Buffett concert. He said the judge was just fed up of hearing that it was a Jimmy Buffett concert. He's just like, no, no. Pay the court fees when your probation, go. Said the same thing to all of us. All four. Is that wacky? Tobacco's the sweetest nightmare. It's an indica. Although you're not allowed to do certain things on a live stream, I forgot to turn the camera up. So this is basil. Because you're not allowed to do drug, you're not allowed to You're not allowed to show drugs, consume drugs, or manufacture drugs on a live stream, or the live stream will get kicked to mature audiences only. So I got basil is what I'm doing right now. It's an indica. So if an indica was a 1, a straight indica was a 1, and a straight sativa was a 10, this is a 2. It's a hybrid, but it's heavy indica leaning. So you can't drink water on a live stream. No, you can't do drugs on a live stream. Sorry, did I not say that? Did I say that wrong? You cannot consume drugs. You cannot show drugs. You cannot consume drugs, and you cannot show the manufacturing process of drugs on a live stream, or it'll get kicked over to. They'll put a mature only warning on it, and I'm like, really? It doesn't. I don't know why I'm concerned about that. I've got, I don't know, hundreds of live streams. Nobody's going backwards through my live streams to rewatch them. That shit just doesn't happen. Because they're like 8-9 hours long. And there's hundreds of them. There's probably 100 and change. I don't know. There's hundreds yet. If we cross that. Is it nonconformist water? What's nonconformist water? That just sounds interesting. I got water right here. It's recently poured. Do you see the bubbles? I've got recently poured water because it's got bubbles. Is that nonconformist? Is the bubbly water nonconformist? That did not help with the bubble situation. Nor did that. No, here we go. It's bubbly. Bubbly water. Sweetest Nightmare says normal water is a substance you can use on live stream. On a live stream. Normal water is a substance you can use on live stream. Indeed. You're a water addict. I am a water addict. There's no doubt about that. Man, I was watching. There's one line from that one movie. What was it? What was the movie with Furiosa? The Mad Max one with Furiosa in it, with the Charlize Theron. Furiosa in it, because that's when the main bad guy, they had control over all the water, and he didn't give out a lot of it, and people were all dying of thirst. And he said, "Do not become addicted to water." And just him saying that bothered me for years afterwards. I don't like that movie because he just said that one thing. And I'm like, that's a tyrant who's in control of the water that you desperately need, and he's saying some stupid shit to you. Anyway. Pretend to lace the water, LMFAO. Pretend to lace it? Like with what? I don't have anything to lace it with. I mean, I can lace it with this jar of basil I got right here. Can you see that? Basil. Yeah. James Moreland said he said to lace it with basil. I did. Basil lacing. It's a thing. That's non-conformist water. Hi Sabrina, says Ella Walton, Ella Yoda, Ella Walnuts. Hope you're all okay and you're doing good. I'll be smoking a J Basil right away. Bernie Law says Basil cha cha cha, Basil cha cha cha. Sweetest Nightmare says I'm not a he. Did I call you a he? I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't. Did I say he? I hope I didn't say he. I try to make no. Oh wait, James Moreland did. No, we're good. Okay. No, I try to make it seem. No, I try to stay gender neutral with everyone. Let's see here. James Moreland says egg on my face. Bernie Law says Sabrina screaming with 3 exclamation points. So Sabrina, that's me screaming. Sabrina, hello. No, with 2 exclamation points. Wishing you well with you on the J. I think this is half. I'm not sure. I can't measure it because I don't know how long it was to begin with. That's not true. I do know how long it was to begin with. All right, so it was about that long. So I got a little over half of my basil J or my J basil. Sweetest Nightmare says I like your chaos star. Thank you. I do not. It bothers the living shit out of me. This one right here. This one bothers me. It's just sticking out too far. The rest of them are fine. They're actually more than acceptable because it actually is pretty good. But this one fucking arrow sticks out too far and it bothers the shit out of me. But it took so long to draw this. Not in actual time wise, like in your perception of how long it took me to draw it. It didn't take that long. But in my brain, the process of drawing this thing out was like somehow painful. Like, you know, like going through it at the time, it really isn't. But thinking back on it, I'm like, man, this sucked. And I have to redraw it. I don't want to do it. Now, Sabrina says, Bernie, hello. I'll be enjoying. I had a customer that came in and gave me some basil. We had a small talk about complex post-traumatic stress disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder, and they ended up giving me the stuff they didn't like. Okay, hold on, Sabrina, I got questions. All right, so was this marijuana basil? Excuse me, it's not marijuana. Was this basil that they had? Did they have it for their complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and it was not helpful to it? That's why they didn't like it. What kind of basil was it? Why didn't they like it? Did it make the complex worse? Was there no connection between the complex post-traumatic stress disorder and why they didn't like it? They just not like the flavor or the high. I want to know. Gutsy. GTSY says, good to see y'all, says Sabrina. Good to see y'all. I thought that was you. Oh, Brandon Jillian Windsor says, hi, Walton. Hi, Yoda and Walnuts. The irony of Chaos Star being uneven actually works well. No. No, it does not. It doesn't work well in my brain. And the fact that it's a Chaos Star and it's chaotic actually is twice as bad. I know that it seems like it should work, and in theory, that should work to have a chaotic chaos star. It should. I mean, that makes fucking sense to have a chaotic chaos star, but I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It bothers me. Not enough to do anything about it, just enough that when I look at it, I'm like, son of a bitch. Now that I'm talking about it, maybe not. And yes, it's basil they have for CPTSD and PTSD. They didn't like the high or the flavor, mostly indica and infused. One kind I don't like myself. Okay, sell, but the bake is too heavy. The bake is too heavy? Brandon Jillian Windsor says, how about you draw a peace star to even it out? Would drawing the peace symbol? I can draw the peace symbol. Would that make it? You think drawing the peace symbol might bring peace to my mind about the chaos star being chaotic? Because it bothers me. It's like when they sleep is good, but just an odd bake. I didn't like it. Wait, what are we talking about? Sabrina, it all works for PTSD, and it's a social stigma that makes people not enjoy basil. It does not. It does not all work for PTSD. Well, maybe in moderation. No, I've definitely had too much of certain kinds and had it was not good for my mental illness. Let me tell you. I put basil into all of my meals. This is James Moreland. How? Do you have an infuser? How do you get it into fucking everything? I mean, you can't get it into everything. I've got the infuser. It's a Levo infuser. And I can infuse it into honey milk, butter, oil. There's more stuff, and I can't remember any of it. So if you make anything at all with honey, milk, butter, or oil, I can add marijuana to that. But like if you're making a pizza or something, I don't know how that would work. Add marijuana to everything. There's no marijuana restaurants here where I live. I live in Missouri, and there's no marijuana restaurants that I know of. But that seems like a good idea. I would like to have. Sweetest Nightmare says, my PTSD is not a mental illness, it's a disorder. I disagree. I think I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and I definitely qualify it as mental illness. There's no doubt. Let me tell you why. And this is just my opinion, and I'm not an expert or a doctor by any means. My complex post-traumatic stress disorder is the sum of a bunch of mental illnesses all combined. And I could go through and name them all, but I get really depressed when I do. So I'll just name some of them. Depression, anxiety, a lot of them. I have anxiety full blown into phobias. I have paranoia. I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I've got sleeping disorders, eating disorders, autoimmune disorders. I'm going to stop now. I'm going to start crying. But I've got a whole crap load of mental illnesses that are all, when combined, equal complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And I have autism, which is over here. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a host of mental illnesses. And autism's over here, and it's just its own thing. And luckily, somehow my brain is able to separate these two things, and I know that I'm like, okay, I'm experiencing an issue right now, and I know which one of my mental illnesses it is normally. But no, I have a lot of mental illness, and complex post-traumatic stress disorder is the big one. I don't trust people. I have no friends, none, nobody at all. I've got my daughters. And that's it. I have no family except for my kids. So I've got nobody because I'm paranoid. And I have complex, and I have imposter syndrome, and I self-sabotage. I'm self-destructive. I've got the worst symptom of all. I've got the ideation. And I can talk about this in general. There's certain things you can't talk about on live streams, but I can talk about this in general. I made a video about complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Rule number one, or the first step that you take for managing complex post-traumatic stress disorder, is don't kill yourself. It's also rule number 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and on up. That I've got that problem. I don't know what the suicide rate is when it comes to post-traumatic stress disorder, but when it comes to complex post-traumatic stress disorder, it's insanely high. I've tried to look up that information of how bad it is. People who have complex post-traumatic stress disorder that commit suicide, and the information it's conflicting. It's not real crystal clear, but it's way higher than everything else. It's up there. Like I don't know how many more times higher it is. I don't know exactly what it was. The information was conflicting. It was like from other mental illnesses. It went from like twice as much to 5 times as much. So but again, I don't know how good that information is. It's from Google. The ideation is a horrible, horrible thing, which you're not allowed to talk about on a live stream, which really sucks because there's a lot of people out there suffering from it. And I used to talk about it all the time until I got a warning from YouTube. They're saying you can't talk about this. but you can talk about it in videos, long form and short form. So I've made numerous videos about the ideation. I'm on ADD medication. I have attention deficit. Well, that's one of the things. When you have complex post traumatic stress disorder, you've got depression, anxiety, and some kind of attention deficit disorder. You got some kind of depression, some kind of anxiety, and some kind of attention deficit disorder. There's no doubt. Those are standard with complex post traumatic stress disorder. The odds that you don't have a sleeping disorder of some kind, they're like so slim. Anyway, that's a child for a review. James Moreland says, hopelessness is a bitch. Why is the word bitch not allowed? Sweetest Nightmare says, so ADHD is not a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder at all. It's its own diagnosis of overlapping symptoms of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. No, that's wrong. The attention deficit disorder absolutely is a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. There's no doubt about it. Flashbacks are very, very distracting, and they do not allow you to focus on your day. So no, attention deficit disorder absolutely is a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. You can have the attention deficit disorder and not have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. You cannot have complex post-traumatic stress disorder and not have some sort of attention deficit disorder. It's in the description of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. You have flashbacks. You cannot have a flashback and stay focused on the world around you. It's just the way flashbacks work. They detract from your attention to the world around you. It's just the way that shit works. So if you have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, you have some form of attention deficit disorder. It's mandatory. So I'm on attention deficit disorder medication. I finally took my full dosages of the stuff. I took it Saturday, which was yesterday. Yesterday was the first day that I took my first. My prescription is for 100 milligrams. I've been taking 50 because I hadn't taken it in a while. I took 100 on Saturday. I got all my dishes done in my house. I got all my laundry done. I cleaned my house. I vacuumed. Changed the sheets on my bed, which were long overdue. I straightened up all over the place. It was kind of nice. So, that has improved my mood as of lately. Being on, well, mess with drugs is the only thing I've ever found that has had made any significant dent on my mental illnesses. Hence the drug addictions that I have. Sexual violations are awful, says Bernie Loft. They are. What the fuck are we talking about, Bernie Loft? Complex post-traumatic stress disorder is not all flashbacks. No, it's not all flashbacks. That's true. Sweetest nightmares. It's not. Wait, hold on. Are you arguing with me? Have a great day, man. I don't want to be conflicting information is shared. I'm suffering from being traumatized currently, not my past. You're misunderstanding me. If you're not comfortable here, I mean, don't feel free to go. But I'm saying you're misunderstanding me completely based on what you're saying. I'm not conflicting with you. No. Wait, hold on. What did you say? I gotta go back. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder is not all flashbacks. It's not all flashbacks. No one said it was all flashbacks. Oh well. I don't need to get into it. I don't have. Luckily, I don't have to justify myself. Thank God. How can you have complex post-traumatic stress disorder and not have flashbacks? Anyway, with charges for damages, says Bernie Loft. What are we talking about? I've got a DSM 5TR and I'm not afraid to use it. LOL. I'm going to write my abuser a full report. What are we talking about? I think that was just about diagnostic criteria, says Bernie Loft. So I missed out on part of the conversation. I don't know what's going on. What was the person's name? Sweetest Nightmares. And said that attention deficit disorder was not a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which is just not true. It's its own diagnosis, that's for sure. ADHD is its own diagnosis, but so is anorexia. But anorexia also can be a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So can overeating. Overeating can also be a symptom of complex post-traumatic. Every one of the eating disorders from in both directions can be symptoms of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. But they're their own separate diagnoses. Like I have depression. Depression is its own separate diagnosis. You can be diagnosed with depression, but depression is my part of my complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So I was miscommunicating there. I feel kind of bad about it. James Moreland says, I'm just as confused as you, Walton, about this person who was there, who was talking to me. I didn't like it that they were misunderstanding what I was saying, or I was saying it wrong, or I'm not sure. I think I might have offended this person or upset them in some way. Not help somebody who was mentally ill, not necessarily help them, but actually did harm, which is sad. Sabrina says, I've had anorexia off and on my whole life. It's from complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, anorexia, I did look up. Actually, what I looked up, what is the most fatal mental illness out there? And it's anorexia. Anorexia kills more people than all the other mental illnesses. It's number one. Now, there's no doubt, everyone agrees. Anorexia is the one that kills the most people. But anorexia can be a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. It can also be a symptom of something else. Like some people are anorexic because they have like teeth problems and eating food hurts. So they'd rather not eat food because it causes so much pain. That's a different diagnosis. You're still anorexic and it's still, you got to get food in you. But it's for a different reason. I thought about that because I remember having teeth problems. It sucks when you have teeth problems. Teeth problems suck. They suck so bad. I honestly think that they were being no harm. Well, the respectfully just bowed because Contra wasn't working for them. I hope they return, not respect all around. Wait, what? Contra be content. Okay, respectfully, because content wasn't working for them. Not equals nothing about. There were two different things in there, and then it fell off the screen, and now I can't read it. I think I understood. I don't like it when I upset people, especially when we start out and the conversation seems to be going well, then all of a sudden it seems like it changes. That makes me sad. And that's the kind of shit I focus on. Everybody else is laughing, having a good time. One person is just like, wait a minute, hold on. I don't know if I like this. That's all I can focus on. That's all I remember too for the rest of my life. I don't remember the good stuff. No, I only remember the bad. I don't know what exactly that's called, but that's what flashes up in my brain. My memories that pop into my head about things, all bad. I can go to the worst one about any different thing. So if like anybody that I ever have known in my lifetime, like any old friends, family members, work people I used to work with, people I went to school with, if you were to name a name, the first thought I would think would be like my worst interaction that I had with that person or that person was involved with. You know, whatever else was going, that's the memory that pops into my head, not the best thing that's ever happened. I don't know what the hell that is, but I always remember the worst things. It's great. Bernie Law says, all good. It wasn't deliberate upset on anyone's behalf. We were just raw when it comes to complex post traumatic stress disorder, my dudes. James Moreland says, same. Memory is tightly attached to trauma. That's the part that really sucks, is that people with complex post traumatic stress disorder, when it comes to remembering horrible things, we've got solid memories. I mean, the memory is like so good. Like, then like, we're trying to remember like basic math is hard. But when it comes to like remembering like things you don't want to remember, our memories are so fucking crystal clear and good. They're like awesome. It's like, why can't I have a memory, why can't I have vivid memories, like the flashback vivid memories of like really great sexual experiences that I had? Why can't that shit happen? Why can't I have flashbacks about like that shit, you know? Or some really great time that I had in my life. Why can't I flash back on those moments? And that's what I want. They wouldn't be called flashbacks then. They'd have to have some other name. Fluffy, fuzzy memories or something. Bernie Loft says we must learn to live towards peace again. And Bernie Loft says solid. In all capital letters. Solid. James Moore James Moore says certain smells will give me flashbacks. Smells the most powerful trigger. That's what I heard. Smells the most powerful one. Out of all your senses, smells the one that does it the most. So I get you on that. I do the same thing when I smell certain things. I flash back to certain moments. There's certain smells of things that are burning that send me back into horrible places from my childhood. Some kinds of cigarette smoke. Sometimes when I smell it, it sends me back to a terrible place. Every once in a while, it's kind of rare, but like there's a smell that comes off of the basil. Well, that I smoke and it sends me back to like Sabrina says, indeed, Walton memories are fucked. I know, it sucks, doesn't it? James Moreland says, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Oh, you get good memories? That's cool. I don't. Let's see, Sabrina says, I hate smells some days, and looks in my eyes get to flashbacks the fastest. That sucks. James Moreland says, I love the smell of the forest. There's a there's an essential oil that I have. Tea tree is what it's called. Tea tree. I think it's called tea tree. I got a bunch of essential oils. I got like this whole big kit of them. They're on sale for like dirt cheap. So I got a bunch of these random essential oils, and one of them was called tea tree. And when I smelled it, it reminded me of the forest. I don't know. I get liking the smell of the forest. I like woods areas myself. I don't know if I like forest like the deep forest, you know, where you can get lost in it and shit, but I like wooded areas. That's because it's limbic system connected threat detection or senses sense sounds, tastes, etc. We get fucked over on all of that. Says Bernie Loff. Limbic sense system connected. I don't know what the limbic sense system is, but I learned something. Thank you. My my basil keeps burning out. I keep talking about something. James Moreland says nice. No wait. And after it rains. Oh yeah, rain is cleansing. So rain washes away stuff. Bernie Law says amygdala hippocampus. Think lizard brain, lizard survival brain. Lizard survival brain. So my lizard survival brain is what is the most flashback triggering part of my brain. Thank you, lizard survival brain. Is that your fight, flight, or freeze response? Emotions and memories. Memories. Is that how you spell memories? Memories. No, it's not. That's memories. Sabrina says fight, flight, or deer is what I learned in therapy. Fight, flight, or deer. That's pretty good. Yeah, your fight or flight moment. I remember learning fight or flight in school, but they never said freeze. And I didn't learn freeze until later, but freeze seems to be a lot of people's response to like quick overstimulation. You know, like an adrenaline dump. When you get an adrenaline dump, people freeze. Like if someone pulls a gun on you and it's clear they're going to be shooting at you, fight or flight, either one of those is better than freeze. But you want to, if you can, you want to run away. If someone's got a gun, you just want to practice in your brain. Just think to yourself, all right, if someone ever pulls a gun on me, I want to turn, I want to run. And don't run in a straight line. You want to make movements, left, right, left, right. You want to dart around and you want to get behind things. That's what you want to do. But if someone's running at you with no weapon in their hand, intent on causing you harm, you want to run in a straight line as fast as you can. Don't dart around. Like if they're coming at you with a knife, straight line, run fast as you can. But when it comes to a gun, you want to zigzag. Message held for review. Who's the winner? Bernie Loft. It says 4 F's to trauma: fight, freeze, fawn, and or fuck. Wait, fuck? Oh, response to trauma? The fuck response to trauma? That sounds like the title of a book. I think that's the 4th time I've lit this thing. Hi. Did you see that happen? That's a dog. Sabrina says 6 p.m. Liar, it's 7 p.m. T-shirt, get it on a t-shirt. Oh man, hold on. Who was I talking? Someone left a message about t-shirt. Bernie Law says, hence the hypersexualized stuff. Anyone seen Bonnie? Wait, what? Seen Bonnie Blue? No, what's Bonnie Blue? James Marlin says, bear, bird, deer, or rabbit. I don't know what a bear, bird, deer, or rabbit is. Wait, we were talking about deer before. Is that the freeze? Fight, flight. Is the bear the fight, the bird the flight, the deer the freeze, or rabbit? But if you were just giving those options to me, bear, bird, deer, or rabbit, without any context at all, I would have chose the rabbit. But knowing the context, I don't know what the rabbit means, and I still think I want to choose the rabbit. I was born in the year of the rabbit, so I'm 1975. I like the rabbit. The rabbit is my friend. I have a rabbit tattoo on my back. It is a large rabbit silhouette on my back. Because I was born in the year of the rabbit. I'm a rabbit Sagittarius. Can I help you, sir? Do you want attention or something? Do you want something? I know what he wants. Benedict. Ah! James Moreland was born in the year of the rooster. And he said we all would, Walton, we all do. Do what? We all would what? Be born and we all would rabbit? Wait, what are we talking about? Bonnie Blue has just broken the world record for the most men had sex with in 24 hours. It's been 1,000 for the last 10 years. And Bonnie Blue, she just boxed off 1,507 men in 12 hours. Oh my God! But is that like just one thrust each or something? Again, 1,000 thrusts seems like a lot. But how the fuck do you do that? I mean, like, do you put your lower half in a cooler or something? I can see like from the waist down sitting in ice water, before you start that whole endeavor. Maybe having to take breaks. 1,057 people in 1 hour. I mean, was Guinness there for that? Was Howard Stern there for that? That's just fucking insane, man. 1,057? Bonnie Blue was her name? What, do you get you just put an ad on Facebook for that? You find 1,000 volunteers? I wonder how many of those guys were virgins. Like, this was their first chance to get some action. Like, they're just an ad. They put an ad in the paper. That's not a thing anymore. But so, metaphorically, they put an ad in the paper and someone's like reading the newspaper, is like, oh man. Somebody who's never had a girlfriend before is like, yeah, I'm getting in on that. Yeah. That was their first sexual experience ever. Being one of 1,000. Like, she wasn't having sex with all of them, like, to the point of, like, ejaculation, right? That seems like a lot of work, man. One pump each, right? One thrust, one, just a quick in and out kind of thing. Next, that kind of thing. I mean, have to be, right? 1,000 times. And who coordinates that? I mean, you got to have people standing. You got to have a line. And you got to have people. Excuse me. Like, was there a drawing to see what number you got, or did you just first come, first serve? And you got to have somebody directing that. All right, you stand here, you stand here. All right, man, drop your drawer. I hope there were condoms involved. And then, you do your thing. James Moreland, your message was held for review. James Moreland, it wasn't Bernie Loft this time. Get the fuck out of here. It says, "Oh shit, Bernie, what are we doing with you, man? What are we doing to you with you? What are we I'm high." James Moreland says, "Oh shit, Bernie, what are we going to do with you, man?" Nailed it. Beneki Tradition says, I see happy trees. Like Bob Ross. Wait until you hear the backstory. Wait, I'm going back. Hold on. I think I missed out on some stuff. Where are we? Wait, sec equals sex. That message was held for review when you typed in sec equals sex. Bernie laughed way back when. I don't know if I cleared that or not. Sabrina said to Bernie, "I remember hearing about that months ago. I'm lost in the last comment about passing the test. That went over my head. Passing what test? Where are we?" It was 5 minutes, and some men continued to tap her for 1 continued to for 5 to 1 minutes longer. 5 minutes for each one? Is that what you're saying, Sabrina? It wasn't 5 minutes for each person. Is that's insane. Where am I? Oh, James Moreland says basil star. And is it Beneki tradition says that's what I call the ganja. Oh, happy trees. Oh, we say basil here. Basil's okay. The 1,000 Men Challenge was a highly organized event. Another porn star, Lily Phillips, recently did 100 men in a day, which they learned a lot from. So 1,000 men would have involved military level precision. It would have had to been like there would have been like stopwatches and shit, like people with checkboards and shit. Did they have to have like did they have to like sign disclaimers? They had to have signed something before they did that, right? There had to have been somebody there taking paperwork. It had to have been all there. Like, like sign paperwork saying they're not responsible. Like someone dies or something. Like gets really excited and dies, or somebody pops a Viagra. And they're 100 years old and it kills them like right there. Beneki tradition says, "Do you like dabs, aka concentrates?" I know what dabs are. I did. I used to. I have some in my refrigerator right now. They've been there for a while. I've got I've got a batter and I've got another one. I don't remember what they are. But man, I don't remember. But I have no idea. One was kind of yellowy looking, and another one was kind of gold looking. And I would put I had a whole lot of different dad gear, but it all got dirty, and I got super depressed, and it was like too depressed to clean it. All my paraphernalia was dirty, and it was because it was a whole shitload of stuff, and to look at it, it was just hours of cleaning that would need to be done, and I just didn't want to do it. So I wound up giving it all to my kids, and then I just smoked this right here. But what I was doing was I was putting dabs into on the end of my can I say joint? I can. On the end of my joint, I just put a dab on the end of my joint and then I would smoke it that way. Which you don't really want to do because fire burns away a lot of your good THC when you do it that way. But it doesn't burn it all away. So you're still getting a whole shitload of THC at one time, but fire's a little bit too hot for dabs. It needs to be a little bit cooler than that. But fire's pretty good. It does a good job, but it just burns it away. So I was doing that, but it was too much. It was just too much too fast, and I would get sometimes it would be fine, but sometimes I get super super depressed, and I suffer from depression anyway, so it'd get really bad, and I'd start getting like really sad. Sometimes, and I'd have very bad flashbacks, and I get lost on them. Sometimes I feel like physically ill, nauseous. Sometimes I get super anxious. So I have dabs. I don't use them anymore. I probably should get a lower THC. I try to get the highest THC stuff. I say, "What do you have?" When I go to the dispensary, I just say, "What's the cheapest you have?" And then they'll have like five that are about the same price. And then I'm looking at whatever one has the highest percentage of THC, but I probably just need to get a lower percentage of THC. Just because I'm pretty sure I have the sickness. I forgot what it's called. I forgot the name of it. Hyperocandida cannabinoid. I don't know. Hilda Mouse knows the name of it. Hilda Mouse was here earlier but hasn't left a message in a while, so Hilda Mouse might have left. I see a few YouTubers talk about her the last little bit. The only reason why I know so much is oh shit. I know so much as I don't get persons like that. I've been. Oh, this sex is an odd topic. Damn, Sabrina. I don't know if I'll read it. You wrote it, so I guess it's okay for me to talk about it. Sabrina says I've seen a few YouTubers talk about her in the last little bit. The person who had sex with 1,000 people. Only reason I know so much, I don't get persons like that. I've been SA'd and raped, so sex is an odd topic. She had to write it a certain way so that it didn't get caught. Yeah, sex is people with complex post-traumatic stress disorder and their relationship with sex can be all over the place and it can be tricky. Yeah, having sex with 1,000 people at one time does not appeal to me, not in any way. Yeah, with when you have complex, I made a video about this. When you have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, wanting very specific things to happen in the bedroom is very common, and also having no idea at all what you want in the bedroom is also common. Let's see here, or CBD THC combo. The problem I have with CBD is that a lot of it, almost all of it, things that are high in CBD taste like metal to me. That tastes very metallic-y. And I've given this I've eaten stuff and it tastes so metallic-y I can't eat it. And I've given it to other people. Same thing. I'm like, does this taste metallic-y to you? And people are like, no. And no one tastes the metallic in except for my daughter. My daughter tastes the metal, and so I can't eat things that are high in CBD, which I probably need more CBD because I feel it tastes very metallic-y, which sucks. I mean, I one time got this stuff. It was gummies, and the bag of gummies cost me $120, and it was 10 pieces, but the whole thing had 2,000 milligrams of THC in the whole thing, and there are 10 pieces, so each piece was 200 milligrams of THC. And I like took a bite out of one. I was like, oh my god, it was so metallic. It was so bad. I couldn't eat it. And I'm trying to find a way to eat this shit without actually eating it. And I tried cutting it up into pieces and putting it into capsules, but like one piece of that gummy went into like 10 capsules, and I'm like, this fucking sucks, man. I don't want to cut this thing up and put it in there. Because I was eating several. I want to eat several pieces at a time. That'd be like 30 capsules, and it was a whole lot of work, and I didn't want to do it. I just wanted to fucking eat it. I ate it with peanut butter. That was the only thing I could eat it with. I mean, I tried it with everything. I tried drinking and eating it with everything. It was horrible for me. Ben Keatradison says, yes, so true. I get it from time to time. What? Oh no. No good. I had a really short cord on that. It was awful. Let's see. There isn't a healthy woman alive who would desire that. What, the 1,000? Oh, that person. Oh, shit. Yeah, if you want to set the woman want to set the record with having the most people to have sex with, yeah, there's some sort of mental disorder there. That person is not right. They are legally, by legal standard, they might be legally sane, but no, there's definitely some shit way wrong upstairs if you're going down that road. Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of porn stars who've got trauma in their past that involves sex. And in theory, not men, the women. I don't think it takes much for men to want to be porn stars. I think all men at some point in time want to be porn stars. Like when they're really young and they can't get sex on a regular basis, kind of thing. I say they. I wanted to be a porn star when I was like a teenager. I remember. I was like, man, this sounds awesome. This seems like an awesome job. Now I'm old. It sounds like a fucking nightmare. I couldn't imagine having to go into work for like 8 hours every day. I mean, like, literally, that's your job. You go into work for 8 hours all day and you do sex stuff. Like at 49 years old, that just seems like a lot. Like even on Viagra, that seems like a lot. I have Viagra. I have the generic form of Viagra. I was having some sort of erectile dysfunction, and then I got Viagra, and then when I stopped taking the Viagra, the erectile dysfunction went away. So that meant my problem was mental. Shocker. So I had some sort of mental problem that was causing erectile. It wasn't a physical problem. It was a mental problem that was causing erectile dysfunction. And when I got the pills, like I guess I got my confidence back or something. And then I'm like, oh, then now things are working correctly down there. But I still have the pills just in case, because I know if I get high anxiety, shit don't work right downstairs, you know? Like if I'm like super excited and I'm like, oh my God, this is gonna be so exciting, and like boom, nothing happens. It's happened before. It's embarrassing. Let me tell you, when you like really want something to happen, like this girl's awesome. Oh my God, and like I want to get this to be the best experience for both of us ever. That kind of thing, and then it's disappointing. Like, oh my God, then I'm just blowing my chances with this person. This is never gonna happen again. I fucking up. Oh my God, then you get all up in your head. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, getting all up in my head while in the bedroom. Yeah, that's definitely a thing for complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Being all up in your head when sex stuff is happening. Yeah, it is so hard to get out of your head. It is so hard to stay in the moment when it comes to sex and complex post-traumatic stress disorder. It is fucking difficult to stay in the fucking room. It can be done, but shit, it's hard. Especially like that first time around with somebody. I mean, I have a lot of anxiety. But I didn't when I had the Viagra, though, man. I didn't worry about a thing. It was fine. It's not the real Viagra. It's the name brand, not the name, the generic stuff. And shit, that shit is so easy to get. You can It's so easy to get. You can just go to a website, fill out. You just gotta fill out some forms and shit, and they'll send it to you. You don't even have to talk to anybody. There's no doctor involved. I mean, there is, but you're filling out the forms. You don't have to talk to anybody to get it. And then they'll just start they're sending it to you. I don't remember the name of the place. It had something lemon in it, lemonade, lemon head, lemon stand. I don't remember what it was. But I had it signed up for a year where they send me 10 pills a month for $100, so it's $10 a pill. And then when they every month I got a bottle, and they always sent me a piece of lemon candy with it. It would be like a lemon, like a lemon head, or it would be a lemon starburst. So most of the time it was lemon starburst. I looked forward to that one little piece of candy. Like when I got the thing in the mail, it's like, yay, all right, candy. It was a good marketing technique in my opinion. Anyway, that was years ago, back when I had a girlfriend. We broke up over, I don't know, I want to say it's 2 years now, and I think it's almost 2 years. Almost 2 years ago, there has been nobody since. And before her, it was 6 years of me being single. So it was me being single, me dating someone for like a year, and then me now being single for 2 years. And like before that, I was like before the 6 years before that, I was married. And then before that, it was many. Before I got married, it was years. I want to say it was two years where I was single. Like I'm 49 years old. I did the math on this. I'm 49 years old, and then so over the last 3 decades, I've spent two of them single. Yeah, that was the math. It was pretty bad. My total number of relationships, the years I've had in the past 10 years, this past 30 years has been 10 years. So, and that's not been by choice either. I know that I didn't want to be single, but I don't like. I mean, I'm painfully lonely right now. I've got like some 2 years. I've not dated anybody for 2 years. Not that I'm going to. I'm not good with people. But being around people is worse than being painfully lonely. So I'm in a horrible place right now, but if I were to be around other people, which is something I desperately need, human interaction, because people, we're social creatures, we need interaction with other people. And I desperately need interaction with other people because I'm so painfully lonely. But that's bad. Interaction with other people is worse than being painfully lonely. So that's complex post-traumatic stress disorder there for you. For me, it forces me to isolate, which is bad. It's just bad for your psyche. If you're actively seeking isolation, you've got something going on upstairs. Something's wrong because we're not designed like that. People are not designed to seek isolation. It's fun, isn't it? Bernie lost his heart wrenches for months navigating it all, used them as a strong example of what can happen when someone is unaware of how mentally unwell they are. What not to do, what not to be, what to stay. TF far from. TF far. See, I don't know what that is. Is that a typo? Was that a Oh, I read the rest of it. I'm not 100% sure what we're talking about. We're talking about wait. Mums being moms. We're talking about mothers. Serena says, indeed, I don't even share some reasons. I just avoid it and I'll explain it as they get older. I'm a mama bear through and through. What are we talking about, moms? Oh, wait, messages are held for review. Oh, Sabrina says TF means the fuck, and I'll show that. Bernie Loft says TF means the fuck, and I'll show that one too. Oh, the fuck. Did you have a what in front of it? If it was what TF, then I would understand. Oh, why didn't you just? Oh, wait. No, there wouldn't have been a what. No, that's why I didn't understand. It was a different scenario. Bummer. What? What just happened? What just happened? I don't know what just happened. A door just shut in my mind. I'm not sure what just happened. That was talking about something. There was something that we were just talking about that was very painful for me, and my brain just shut the door on it. I don't know what it was, but I was starting to think about it, and my brain just said, "No, we're not gonna do that." And it just closed. I don't know, and it closed my mind, and I've now forgotten every single thing that we were just talking about. It's all gone. It's like a defense mechanism that I have. My brain shuts off. So I was just talking about something that was painful. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was, but I remember doing it. I remember starting to feel bad about it. I remember the feeling, but I don't remember the conversation. It's all gone. Everything's gone. It stopped with the fuck. TF means the fuck. I was trying to think of, wait, what was the sentence that TF had on? The fuck, and it's gone. It's all gone. Every single thing is gone. I've just lost all the memories of this whole. It's all gone. I remember the people. I don't remember anything that was talked about. Everything is gone except for TF means the fuck. Wow. I'm drawing a total blank, and it's really weird because I feel like I want to sit up a little bit taller now. As soon as it happened, all of a sudden I'm like, I feel like I can like breathe easier now. Like things are like I can rest. I don't know. Like something was starting to weigh me down, and I'm like, no, no, I'm okay. What the fuck was that? That was insane. I mean, I know what it was, but the fact that my brain is shut off from myself. And literally, this could just be the drugs talking. That's gonna be just drugs. That might not be what it is at all. I might be reading the situation wrong. I am a drug addict. Not some good basil. It might be. I don't know what it's called. I do. That's a lie. I know exactly what it's called. It's called Magenta OG. And it was somewhere in the mid to upper 20s% THCA on this stuff. And Flour. It's flour. Flour has THCA. Concentrates have THCA. Edibles have THC. I had Fico. I bought 3 tubes of Fico and I did all of them at one at one time. It was 794 milligrams of THC, and I knew it was gonna hurt me. Because I knew I was gonna have a bad reaction to it. Didn't care. I was trying to hurt myself. That's just the thing. And then I live streamed that. This was like 3 weeks ago. That live stream was a fucking mess. Let me tell you, I was laying on the couch. I kind of skimmed through it real quick, and I just stopped at 2 different points on there, and I wasn't even talking coherently in one of them. So I did way too much. So I decided, all right, I'm gonna try it again. I did just a little bit. I did 1 milligram. Those things were 10 milligrams, 10 cc's. I don't know what it is. 10. I don't know how big the syringe was. There were marks on it for 10. So I did just one, and it was still way too much. I still had a bad reaction to it. It wasn't at first. When I did just the one at first, I had a nice nap. I took a nap and it was great. It was the kind of nap where you fall asleep and you don't move. My dog was on me and I didn't move because I was so comfortable and relaxed. Me and the dog it was great. And then I woke up, but I didn't open my eyes. I was awake, laying there awake, didn't move, but I'm just laying there awake, and I'm like just slowly moving, and I kind of stretch like this, and then kind of open my eyes real slowly, and I'm like, oh, that was a nice nap, kind of thing. Shit, man, I am really bad at keeping this thing lit. But then I didn't have a good experience with it. Then it got worse from there. So I was like, that was the good part, and then it wasn't pretty. Oh, we in. Hi, we in. So that's all my kids want to eat, Sabrina. See you soon. What are we talking about? But I'm flashing, but not bad. I need to listen to some music for a little bit. I'll be back in about 2 to 3 songs. Hugs, y'all. Oh, that's a bummer. That happens too. I don't know where you can't stop it when they just keep coming and coming and coming, and regardless of circumstance and what you do. Some days, some moments are just better than others. Wee-in says pizza with an exclamation point. I had pizza today in my air fryer. It was from Domino's. 350 degrees for 8 minutes. My air fryer has a shake button on it, and it shakes it every 2 minutes. It shakes it, and I used to use it, except for every time it shakes it, it beeps, and it's the same beep that it does when it's done cooking. It's the same beep, but it's just beeping to let you know that it's shaken. So every time I hear beeping, I'm not sure if it's shaking or if it's done, and I don't like that not knowing. So I had to turn the shake off. So I used to use the shake on my air fryer, but I don't use it anymore. I think I might have to feed my DOG because he's starting to move. Do you want me to put you down, buddy? Nope, he jumped. I'm coming. I think I have to feed him. I didn't finish my. Hi, dog. Magenta OG. Don't get me started on pizza, lol. 3. Yes, 3 different types of pizza. Good to go in my freezer, thanks to Walton. Pizza Hut doesn't deliver where I am. Like it did, but then the store closed. Like, I think Pizza Hut closed a bunch of stores, and I'm kind of upset about it. Because I worked at Papa John's for like over a decade, and I worked at Pizza Hut for like a year. But I didn't work at Domino's. Anyway, that's one of the. They're the three cheapest places to get pizza from. And I'm sick of Papa John's. I'm sick of Domino's, but Pizza Hut doesn't deliver. But I can still eat Domino's, but I can't eat Papa John's at the moment. But fucking Pizza Hut doesn't deliver to me. And I'm not like I'm off in a rural area or anything. I'm in a heavily populated area. It's just no, there's no Pizza Hut. My house is clean. Like shit's cleaned over here. It's really weird. I feel disoriented. I'm having I'm having mental anguish. This sucks. I have mental anguish. And something happened. I don't know what it was, but something happened in my brain. I was thinking about something, and then my brain shut it off, but it doesn't matter. I already thought about it, and I'm having the negative consequences of having a flashback of some kind, or going down some. I have something going on in my head. Sometimes when you have bad thoughts going in your head, you need time to recover from it. It's like there's a gland or some shit in your brain that overproduces something, and you get all fucked up because like you have a horrible memory or something, and then you got to wait for all that whatever shit that gland pumped out to clear out of your system. So that's what it feels like. I'm waiting for the shit to clear out of my system. It's not a good feeling. It's hard to explain to people that you need time to recover from something that they can't see. And it's like I gotta explain to them, or something just happened in my mind, and I need time to recover from it. But the person could be literally been sitting right next to you the whole time, and not have any idea what you're talking about. And like, cause it's just like the mind is a terrible, terrible place sometimes. And it just goes places. I mean, having radical mood shifts is a normal thing for complex post-traumatic stress disorder. All of a sudden, something can remind you of something. You can be laughing, having a good time, all of a sudden, shit just goes bad. Bummer. Did I smoke too much pot? Am I getting depressed? That's the way depression works. It's always fun. Hi, I'm still here. I'm still here, says yo. Yo. I don't know what's going on. Hi, puppy. My dog's trotting on down. He can get his toenails trimmed. Uh-oh. I hope he doesn't want to go outside. It is 10 degrees Fahrenheit and windy. Like, it's fucking cold. And these are thin pants. Luckily, when it's really cold outside, he does not last long out there. Like, he wants to go around, wander around and stuff, but No, he's tiny. Sometimes I see him, he's shaking like crazy, but he wants to keep walking. I'm like, man, you're insane. I'm so fucking cold. I'm still here. Says I was already sleeping. I get to go pick up on my Walmart order. Yay! Like the kind of right. What does that mean? Does that mean you ordered something at Walmart and you got to go pick it up, or like you ordered something at Walmart, you go there and they bring it to your car? Or are you like just going to Walmart to get something? I need to get stuff from the grocery store. My grocery store is Walmart. It's the closest store to my house. Didn't matter what the grocery store was, even if it was an expensive one. If it's whatever one's the closest to my house, that's the one I'm going to. What's happening? So my brain is fucked up, man. Yeah, they bring it to my car because I don't like going in there unless absolutely necessary. Yeah, I get you there. My problem with the I have to go into the store is I have to go in to get the stuff that's highly perishable, like the refrigerated items. I have to go get that stuff because I like to look at expiration dates, and also, I have this idea in my head that when they're pushing the carts around gathering the order, like they have like the milk and the cheese and shit just sitting in the cart while they're walking up and down the bread aisle looking for stuff. I don't know that it's actually like that, but it just feels like that's what they would do. Like they'd leave your refrigerated items out. But I don't know that they do that. It just seems like they would do that. Like somebody doesn't really care. Like, oh, I forgot something. Gotta go back and get it or something. Can I help you, sir? Do you need to be helped? Do you need me to hold you? I'm picking you up. Oh, he's my big buddy. No, I definitely do not feel right. I feel wrong. There's something wrong with me. I'm having some sort. I mean, it's mental. Something is wrong with me mentally. Like I feel like I'm failing as a dog owner. I feel like I'm not providing him with a high quality of life. I don't feel like I'm being a good human. I feel like he'd be better off with somebody else right now. I don't know what that feeling is, but I have that feeling all the time. Where you feel kind of worthless and like you're doing just a shitty job. Like maybe I've had that thought many times. I was trying to think of a way to see if I could get like maybe my daughter could watch my dog for a while, but that's just because I was thinking about, horrible, you know, fatal type of stuff was going through my head. And I feel like I'm not a good parent. I'm not a good dog owner. I'm doing a shitty job of everything. What the fuck is that called? That's not good. No, I'm having mental problems. Maybe I'm tired. No, I'm not tired. I don't think. What time did I get up this morning, man? I don't know. It was fuzzy. No, don't leave me. My dog wants to leave me. I'm sad. Are you jumping down? I don't want you to jump down. Oh, you're heavy. Oh, you go. Oh, he wants to get his BALL. He saw it. I'm not. I'm sitting here, man. You gotta. No, just come up here and lay back down. You wanna come up here? All right, come here. Oh, I got him. Hold on, man. Okay. I feel like I'm a bad parent. Ugh. You're a good boy. I like you. Yeah, something's up. I don't know what's wrong with my mind. Bummer. That could be. That could be the basil that I'm smoking, like I have the sickness you get from it. I think I have that. I don't know if there's a test for that. You do too much, you can feel the sickness from it. I've been smoking sativa all day long. Not all day long. I would stop and smoke some every once in a while. Out of a Zeppelin. I found a Zeppelin. I have a bunch of Zeppelins. It's a marijuana smoking paraphernalia device. It's like this big. It's aluminum and a rubber piece. It's got a screen in it. Pack the marijuana in. I think I have 24 of them because I bought a 6 pack and then I bought another 6 pack and then I bought 2 6 packs. And you really only need one if you clean it. You only need one. But it's my problem. I didn't want to clean the stuff, so I'd buy more. And then they were all dirty. But I found one that wasn't terribly dirty. And I found one that the screen in it, I could still see daylight through it. It's like, well, cool, I can still use this one. But I ordered more screens for my Zeppelins, marijuana paraphernalia. And I can just knock the old screen out, put a new screen in, and then I don't really have to clean it. Like, I want to finish smoking this, but I feel like I'm having adverse effects from it. That sucks, man. What's wrong with me? I don't know, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I got gaps in my mind. Damn it. I know my brain does that. It does that often, where it just I was thinking about something and my brain kind of shuts it off, and then all of a sudden I've got like blank spaces in my memory. They're gone because it takes away crucial stuff sometimes. If I'm doing something critical, some shitty thought jumps in my head, my brain can like kind of wipe out that whole thing. It kind of shuts it behind a door. The memory is still there. It's still in my brain, but it somehow builds a wall up because something was going on there, and then I've got these gaps, time lapses. I don't know how well I'm describing that. It's hard to describe the shit that goes on in your brain when it's all fucked up. Would a coffee help? A milky, cheeky little coffee. That was Bernie Loff. Were you asking me would a coffee help? Me? No. I have to go to sleep. Any coffee would be bad. Decaf coffee still has caffeine in it. It just has less caffeine. One of those things I learned when I worked at Starbucks. Like there were two different main ways to get the caffeine out of coffee. There was the chemical way, and that was like the way that almost everybody does it 'cause it's the cheap way. They add chemicals to the coffee that pulls the caffeine out. And the other one was called the Swiss water method, and I have no clue how that one worked. It was just something different that got the caffeine out. But not all of it. Decaf coffee still has caffeine. I also learned that light roast coffee has more caffeine than dark roast coffee. And I was like, really? You know that shit when you like the you get it and it's like really dark, like a espresso roast or like Italian roast or French roast. Those are all dark roasts. Those are like really strong coffees, and then like a breakfast blend is like a mild version or a blonde that they call them, or like those have more caffeine, so the less flavor your coffee has, the lighter the roast, the more caffeine it has. Because the longer you roast it, the more caffeine you roast out of it. And I was like, no shit. I thought it was the other way around. I thought the coffee that tasted more like coffee would have had more caffeine. It does not. So from that point forward, when I learned that, I only drink light roast coffee. All the coffee that I have is light roast coffee. I get coffee pods from Amazon. They say light roast coffee on them. That's what it is, light roast. Breakfast blend is either a light roast or like a mild or medium roast. It's not a dark roast. I learned a lot about coffee from Starbucks. Like a latte and a cappuccino are the same thing. It's just your steamed milk to foam milk ratio is different. And then a wet cappuccino and a dry latte are the same thing. I had this one person come into Starbucks who wanted a dry cappuccino. I felt bad for this guy because he was the husband and he was ordering his drink for his wife. And if he ever came back and it was wrong, he would get chewed out for it. He told us this. So he wanted a dry cappuccino, like bone dry cappuccino. And what that means is there's no steamed milk in it. It's all foamed milk and as much foamed milk as you could possibly get in it. And he knew it, like it was the big one. So basically, it's espresso and then just nothing but the foam milk. So you were like foaming milk for a while to just get the foam milk and you put it in there and then you gotta steam some more milk to get foam to put foam in there again. You gotta steam some more milk to get foam to put foam. It was not a quick drink to make. And we would call his drink out and we'd set it on the counter and he would go and he would just pick it up instantly. And if it was in any way heavy, he'd say it's wrong. And he was like so embarrassed about this and he was as polite as could be. He's like sweet as apple pie. But he was just so embarrassed about this. He's like, it's wrong. She's gonna yell at me if it's wrong. It's got to be lighter than that. And that's when my store manager said, whenever he comes in to call her, she's like, no, wherever she was, because she was in the back, to call her up to the front. Not don't call her in if she's off. Just bring her up from the front and have her make it because she could get it right every single time. Everybody else would get it wrong. Poor guy. Oh, really? Wee Yen says, oh, really? I'm not a connoisseur of coffee, but I went from hating coffee to craving cappuccino in pregnancy and now double espresso or coffee liqueur. I don't, I don't like espresso straight, uh, because espresso turns in 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds after it comes out, it's done brewing. You got 10 seconds to do something with it or it turns. And when I mean it turns, it gets bitter. I mean, it's noticeably bitter. Especially I learned this at Starbucks, and once I learned it, now it sucks. So if it once it's in the shot glass, you guys, if you put it on milk, if you put milk in it, then that stops the bitter process. It doesn't turn if it goes into milk. But if you like make an Americano where you add water to it, it'll turn. 10 seconds. It doesn't matter. That Americano, it turns. So you got to put something in it so it doesn't turn. It gets real bitter. Like it all of a sudden get in the longer you wait, like if you wait a minute, the difference between like a 10 seconds and a minute, it's a huge difference in flavor for an espresso. I have an espresso machine. I don't use it. I don't need to use it. I don't like cleaning it. That was the problem. Man, I'd have a lot of cool stuff that I don't use because I got so depressed. That sucks. I have a dab maker. I have a dab maker machine, and that's a press. It's a hydraulic press, pneumatic. You pump the and it squeezes it. So it's just a press. It's two big metal plates that squeezes your marijuana, and squeezes all the stuff out of it, but both of the metal plates have heaters on them, and they're two separate heaters, and you can heat the top one and the bottom one to different temperatures. I don't know why you would. And then you heat it to the right temperature, and I don't remember what it is, and then you put your marijuana in these screen bags, and then you squeeze the shit out of it, and it just all the good stuff oozes out. So I was making dabs for a while. I don't know how good they were because I don't know how to test that stuff. But I mean, it was good. It was good in my opinion. I was growing marijuana. Oh, this makes me so sad. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this. I was growing marijuana for a while. I had a good cycle going where I had it. The cycle was there. I had it all worked out. I've got all the whole process written down of everything I need, like exact. These are the numbers for everything I need. These are dates and times. I got it all written down. It was a system, and it was really good. To where it kept turning over. Like I had so much, I was giving it away. I had so much, and but I got so depressed. I couldn't keep growing it, which is really sad because it doesn't take much to grow it. It really doesn't. It's not like it's horribly expensive to keep it going when you're doing it. There wasn't any real seriously large costs once you get past the setup costs. Bummer. Oh well. I want to get back to growing the marijuana. I miss it. Got to listen to music. What are we talking about? Hey, sorry, I'm spacing, remembering old times and friends I've lost over the years, trying to switch the flashies to memories, but I gotta listen to music. Uh, what Shit, I had something I wanted to say there and I lost it. I'm still here, says Walton. What do you do with a dab? A dab is a concentrate, so it's when you it's the ooze stuff. There's several things that you can do with it. They make special machines just for dabs. They're basically if you dilute a dab, which is a concentrate, it's like a sticky stuff. If you dilute it with this specific kind of diluter, it turns into vape. Then it's vape consistency. Then you can run it through a vape. But you'd have to dilute it with some stuff, and they make all kinds of stuff that you can dilute it with, like different flavors and shit that you can dilute your concentrator with, or you can put it into an actual dab machine, which heats it up. And normally it's on metal coils, and then it heats it up, and you inhale the vapor. Or you can put it into a bong. That's the ones where they have like a bowl on the end of your bong, and you can get like a metal stick like this, and you would like grab a little bit of the dab, and you'd heat the end of the thing up, and then you would like kind of like swish the dab around in there, and all the vapors would go. You heat it up with a blowtorch. Anyway, dab is super concentrated THC. No, THCA. So when you're doing it, making the dabs, it's on a press, and it's got heat and pressure, and the goal is to separate the plant material from the trichomes. The trichomes is the whole reason for marijuana. That's the whole reason that marijuana is what marijuana is. It's the trichomes. That's what you want. And it's these little milky white sticky little things that stick up off of the leaves. And they're small, they're super small, and there's a shitload of them on every single leaf, and they're on the flower, and that's what you want. You want the trichomes. You don't want anything else. You just want the trichomes. But if you look at everything else, like you look at the flower to see how good the trichomes are. So the trichomes are they're like a little ball on a stem is what they look like, and they're just sticking out, and they're real super sticky. And that's the good stuff. So when you buy concentrate from the store, all this stuff is like this golden, like amber color. That's not what you want. You want clear. You want the clear stuff, or the stuff that's white or clear, because that's the most concentrated. So when you're growing marijuana and they tell you this, you have to decide You got to decide when you want to harvest, and you harvest based on what color the trichomes are. So when you're in the flowering stage, when the flowers are growing, you got a little bit. I have a jeweler's lens, which is a little magnifying glass, and I get right up on my flowers and I look at them. I'm looking at the trichomes, and what they say is roughly. This is a matter of, it sucks when you're growing marijuana, when you're looking up the information. You just want to know how to grow marijuana. I want one person to tell me how to grow it. Everyone's like, well, you can either do this or this, and I'm like, I don't want that. I just want you to tell me. But there's just so many little things to know. But when you're looking at the trichomes, the main consensus is when half of them are white and half of them are starting to turn golden. That's when you want to harvest. But the longer you wait to harvest, the more you'll have. But the more they start to turn gold and the more they turn brown, you're losing potency. So when this commercial guys are growing, when they're doing their harvest, they let it grow longer. They don't harvest it when it's clear. They harvest it when it's more golden, because then their flowers are bigger. They have more yield. But the concentrate, it's not as strong. So you want them to harvest when it's clear, but the flowers are smaller. But if you harvest when when it's more brown, then the flowers are bigger. So you can sell a bigger flower, but it's got less THC in it. THCA is what it has. Flowers have THCA. And then when you burn them, the THCA turns into THC. Decarboxylation. And that's what you have to do. You have to take your trichomes and you have to decarboxylate them in order to consume them. Otherwise, you're consuming THCA. And you can get high off of THCA, but you have to have a lot of it, and it's not that great, and you might start to feel sick. So, but if you decarboxylate it, then you're good to go. That's what you want. It turns THCA into THC. So, marijuana flower has THCA. So when you're looking at what's the percentage on your stuff that your flower that you're buying. So if I think this was 20, it's either 27 or 24, I don't remember, percent THCA on the flower. And then when you burn it, it turns into THC. So if it's 27% THCA, how much THC does it have in it after you burn it? The answer is less. It's not the same. So 27% THCA when you burn it is less. I'm not sure how much less it is, but it's not the same number. It's a lower number. So, yeah, how much? Yeah, but when you buy edibles, it tells you how much THC is in it. That's the number. That's what you want. You want THC because edibles have decarboxylated the THCA, so it's THC. And that's how you know. So if you know the exact amount. Anyway, there's a lot to know when it comes to marijuana. I learned a lot about it. Like for a long time, there was only two strands. There was only indica and there was only sativa. That's for like hundreds of years. There was only indica and sativa, but then they found a third strand. And the third strand they're automatic plants, which means that regardless of the amount of light that they have, they will do the whole process. They go through the vegetative stage, and then they go through the flowering stage, and they do it all on their own. If the sun was on them 24 hours a day, they less us. They'll do their own thing. So I forgot the name of that third strain, but that third strain, it's really weak marijuana. It's not very strong at all. It's not desirable marijuana to smoke. Kill the mouse. What's the name of the marijuana thing when you have too much? What's the marijuana, the adverse reaction thing? I know that you know what it was. I forgot what it's called. What was I talking about before that? I've lost it now. I'm all messed up. Nola Mouse says my main channel is at Sad Ukulele Time. My music channel is at Candy Coated Circa Rhythms. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's not something you can just tell somebody in an elevator. Sad Ukulele Time, you can. But the other one, I don't know what that is. Circadian rhythms. No, fuck, I can't remember. The candy coated circadian rhythms. I lied. You can say that in a in a in a elevator. Jesus Christ, I couldn't think of the word. Son of a bitch, this thing's too short. I'm gonna burn my face off. Okay. I don't need any more of that. My voice is making a weird noise. Water. I can try that. That's a good idea. Thank you. Oh, I was talking about marijuana. So that third strand of marijuana plants is the indica, there's the sativa, and the third strand, the automatic one that was really weak. That was an important find of the third kind of marijuana because when you crossbreed the third strand with one of the other two strands, the other two they become automatic ones. So the indica and the sativa plants, pure ones, are not they're not automatics. They're photosensitive or they're light sensitive. So they follow the season until the summer equinox is what it is. So as the days are getting longer, the sunlight's getting longer, the marijuana stays in the vegetative states. But then after the equinox, or the not the equinox, the solstice, summer solstice, which is June 31st, then the days start getting shorter. There's less light, and that triggers something in the plant. The plant recognizes that there's less and less sunlight, meaning that their season is going to end. And all of a sudden, That's when they start flowering, because the female plants are going to flower because they want to make seeds. That's their whole purpose in life. That's the only reason they exist, is to make seeds. And that's what they want to do more than anything in the world, is make seeds. So in order to make seeds, they have to they have to get the male parts, the male pollen, in order to make seeds from male plants. In order to get the male plants, they have to create flowers in order to attract the bees, because the bees need to go from the male plants to the female plants. So in order to get the bees, they have to grow the flowers. So when the sunlight starts becoming less, they're like, "Oh shit! All right, season's ending. Let's start pumping." I'm not impregnated yet. I need me a man. I'm going to start pumping out some flowers so I can get bees. And that's what they do. They start making flowers, more and more flowers. But as the winter is coming, and if they still have not started making seeds yet, they start to panic. That's the plants actually become stressed and they start to panic, and then they will like start really pushing out those flowers. They're like, "Oh shit, the season's almost over. I'm not making any seeds yet. I've only got a limited window before it gets too cold, and I can't make seeds at all. I need to do something. I'm going to keep pushing out flowers in order to attract the bees." So they're like, there's a point when the flowers will actually like kind of explode out, and all of a sudden you got a bunch of them really quick. They're like, "Fuck! I gotta do something. I gotta attract the bees," and that's what you want them to do. You want them to have that kind of stress where they're just like, "Fuck! Boom! Flowers," and then you got a big old harvest of flowers that you want. That's the goal. So when I bought seeds in order to grow marijuana, I only bought feminized seeds. I did not buy You either buy random or you buy feminized seeds, which is random. You could buy male or female plants, and you're not going to know until you've already started growing them. I always bought feminized plants just because I didn't want to waste my time growing male plants, and in order to get rid of them, and I also didn't want to risk having a male plant in there accidentally, cross pollinate with my female plants. because I didn't want them, because if they do get the male stuff on them, then they stop making flowers and they start making seeds. And they start putting all that energy that they would have put into flowers, they start putting it into seeds. They stop making flowers. They got impregnated. They're good to go. And we don't want that. We don't, unless you want seeds. If you want seeds, then that's what you want to do. You want to do that. What's the point of you growing the marijuana? If you're, I mean, you might be growing it in order to have seeds. If you have a really good strain, that I would understand. I cloned marijuana plants. I bought a cloning machine and it held 24 of them, where you cut branches off of the plant that you have and you put them in the cloning machine, which is just a pool of a bunch of chemicals that's always moving. And I had 24 plants, good ones. They were growing really well. And it's like, holy shit. And I put them in dirt and I ran out of room real quick. And I called a friend of mine. I called everybody I know. And I said, dude, do you want some marijuana plants? They are in great condition. I will show you how to work them. And I only had one person who took some from me, which was, hang on, he came over and I'm like, I gave him as many as I could. I think I gave him 8. Because I was trying, I started out growing. That was my problem. I grew too many plants at one time. Well, one of the problems I had, and I just ran out of room. I should have focused on less plants. You want to keep them down when you're growing marijuana. You want it to keep it down, is the goal. Like I grow mine in tents in my basement, so I have tents that are like 6 feet tall. So the amount of marijuana that you have, all your seasons are based, your vegetative season and your flowering season, your vegetative season is based on space. It's based on how much space you have when you're growing the photosensitive, not the automatics. The automatics, they're going to do their own thing. Doesn't matter how much space you have or not. But when you're doing one of the photosensitive ones, it's you grow marijuana based on the space that you have. So if I got a 6 foot tent, when my plants are 4 feet tall, I'm going to switch to the vegetative, or switch from vegetative to flowering, which just means changing the light from being on all the time to being on some of the time. And then they go into the flowering stage, but you don't grow them all the way up to 6 feet if that's the size of your tent, and then switch them over to the flowering stage. They're still going to keep growing. But that's something that was information I could not find when I was growing marijuana online. I couldn't find that information. That was an incredibly good piece of information that I really desperately needed. Your season, your vegetative season is based on the amount of space that you have. And your flowering amount of time that you spend flowering, how long you spend on the actual flowering season. When you buy seeds, they tell you that it's on the seed how long it is. Most of them are like 8 to 10 weeks is how long your flowering stage is, but they tell you when you buy the seeds exactly how long that it is. But you harvest when you look, you're looking at your trichomes, and you harvest when they look the way that you want them to look. So the flowering stage is exact. You know that based on the breeder, but your vegetative stage is based on you and how much space you have. So if you just let your plant grow, you'll have very thin branches that will instantly get all the way up. You don't want very thin branches. You don't want that at all. You want them to be as thick as possible so that your flowers are really big and thick. So as the plant is growing up, you're gonna pull all those plants down. You gotta hold them down. So I had these little clips with little twist ties that were like twist ties on little clips, and every one of my plants had dozens of these little clips on them, because like each one of the branches would have 5 or 6 of these little clips with twist ties, and all the branches I had them going in a circular pattern all the way around. They're trying to go up, and every time they try to go up, I pull them back down, and then they just keep trying to go up. So that they got big old thick branches on there. I miss growing the marijuana. I miss the technical part of it. I really liked it. Problem was I started having flashbacks while I was doing it, and I started having the same flashbacks at the same time I was going through the process, to the point where it was routine. It was part of my routine was to go through horrible things in my mind. I had to stop. And it made me really upset and sad. That's complex post-traumatic stress disorder for you. That's just what that shit does. I remember my brother got all his info on MJ on the university sites back in the day in the early 2000s to mid 2000s. Then the public site got a min to public after a bit, and now there's endless info. That was from Sabrina. I know there's so much fucking information on marijuana. It's so fucking shitty. And they're like, and it's like you ask the most simple of questions about stuff, and and the answer is always like, well, it depends. And it's just like, well, fuck, man, come on. It's like, and that's the problem. It really does depend. And it's like, there's a lot of things. It's not like hey, what do I want this to be at? It's like, well, it'd be this if you want this, or it's this if you want this. Like, I don't know. I mean, just give me a starting point. If you grow marijuana, the most important thing you need to know about growing marijuana, one big thing that you need to do right is the water has to be right. Having good soil helps too, but like basic, miracle grow, like potting soil works just fine. But it's the water. The water has to be the right pH. Make sure the water is the right pH. It's really, really important. If the water's the wrong pH, it's not going to be good for the plant. It's just got to be right. You just got to buy one either pH up or pH down, depending on your water. You got to buy a pH kit, and this shit is all very, very cheap. It is not expensive. You just get, you test your tap water. What's the pH on your tap water? You really only got to test it once or once in a while because it doesn't change. Your tap water is the same. And then you know exactly how much to mix in there. I have these 3 gallon containers I use to fill, so I know 3 gallons requires I have it written down exactly how much pH adjustment I need to use. I miss my plants. I have a really good setup in my basement. That makes me so sad. I shouldn't have fucking talked about it. I'm so upset. Water is everything, as with light. In the marijuana process, I got a bunch of different grow lights. There's like all different kinds of grow lights. I got all like there's a bunch of different kinds. There's so many different kinds of fucking grow lights. It's difficult to pick out fucking grow lights. Like on Amazon, if you look at grow light, man, there's so many different kinds. It's really insane. And I've got the glasses. The glasses I put glasses on when I go and work on my plants. When I'm like sticking my head in there and like tying all the things down. I got glasses because it's so fucking bright. It's hard on my eyes. And you can get sunburned. You can if you're in your tents all the time. Like you can get sunburned from that shit. I have I have 6 tents in my basement that all of them are running. Were running at one time, and I have a closet that I lined it with aluminum foil. I was growing plants in there too. Oh man, the little fly. I forgot about there's the little flies, the little bitty motherfucking flies. They're fucking everywhere. The little flies are a huge pain in the ass. I have the fly catcher things that like work with fans. The fans when they fly over, there's a light that attracts them to the top, and they to the top. The fan pulls them down onto a sticky board. I had one of those in every one of my tents, and then I had a bunch of these bright yellow sticky card things because apparently these little flies love yellow. They love the color yellow. I forgot about the little flies. Should have got a Venus flytrap. But basil a helper plant? Basil might be a helper plant for marijuana. There's helper plants that you can put in with your marijuana that help them grow better, or they can help you with different things. But I think that basil is a helper plant. I'm not sure, but that basil and marijuana can crossbreed, And I had that happen. My daughter was growing basil next to me. I was growing a plant outside. My daughter grew basil next to it, and one stem of the basil looked like marijuana leaves coming off of it. It was really crazy to look at. I took pictures of it and I sent it to my friends, and none of them thought that was interesting. This was back when I had friends. I've lost them all. I sent him this picture. I'm like, this is so cool. This is basil. Looks like marijuana. No one thought it was nearly as cool as I did. I thought it was amazing. I didn't have a YouTube account at that time, or I would have posted it online. Look at this. This is awesome. What's wrong with my brain? I don't like my brain hurt. All of a sudden things hurt. My face hurts. My glasses are really hurting on my head. Like all of a sudden I feel uncomfortable. I have the aches and pains associated. Like, you know, you feel kind of achy when you have the flu. Like things just kind of hurt. All of a sudden that's starting. I hope I don't have the flu. Fuck, that would suck. I gotta go to work tomorrow. I can't have the flu. I could have had the flu like all day today. I didn't have anything going on, you know? I can't start to have be sick and then have to go to work. I don't work near other people, so and I avoid people, and I have to wear a mask anyway. I work in a spray. I paint. I've been painting recently. Spray booth. That's what they need me to do is the spray paint. They asked me, "Can you spray paint?" I'm like, "Yes." That was a mistake. I've been painting for weeks. Painting is an art form. Working with spray guns, you know, like I use a two. It's a 2 gallon. I can put 2 gallons of paint in this big old tank, and it rolls around the floor. And then it's got 2 hoses that come off of it onto a spray gun, and it's got 3 different adjustments on there to get it all right. On to get there's like the amount of air pressure, then there's the amount of paint that you want to come out at one time, then there's the amount of the mixture between the two. 3 different adjustments, and then you have to adjust the spray pattern. Which way do you want the spray to go? And then you've got to stand the correct distance from it, and then you've also got to move at the exact right speed. Painting is an art form, it really is. And there's like a range of how much paint that you can put on at one time, and everything's okay. You know, if you don't put on enough paint, it looks like shit. If you put on too much paint, it starts to run. You know, I've had all the problems, I've had all of those mistakes, and many times. Have you ever heard the phrase? And the funny thing is, I can't believe that most people have not heard this phrase, and it's really weird. But I thought I heard it when I was younger. You're not a real doctor until you've killed a few patients. That's true for every profession. That you're not a real at that profession until you fucked up. You know, a lot of times. So like when it comes to painting, it's like you're not going to be a really good painter until you put too much paint on something and you put not enough paint on something. You have to fuck up. You have to keep fucking up over and over and over. You have to kill your patience basically. You know, when you're painting, you have to paint something wrong. So I know I used to have to hire people at various jobs. I did job interviews, which I hate. I hate doing job interviews, but you always want to get somebody who's already killed their patience when it comes to whatever you're hiring them for, you know. Somebody who's done it a long time and has already fucked up a lot and now has gotten past that stage and gotten into the, okay, yeah, it's an art form. Yeah, there's something wrong with my brain. Am I hungry? No, I don't think. I think I drank enough water. I don't know what I ate today. I don't feel like I ever eat well. Like I never feel good after eating. I always feel nauseous. I feel one kind of nauseous as I get more hungry. I feel one kind of nauseous, and then after I've eaten, I feel a different kind of nauseous. And I think both of those are mental. The one before definitely is. The one after could be because I'm like slowly poisoning myself. Like I eat the same foods every day. My body could be like, dude, you gotta stop. Ugh. I have anxiety about fucking eating, about cooking and eating. And it really sucks. And I know exactly why. It's because of the household that I grew up in. I wasn't allowed to eat food in my bedroom. I preferred to stay in my bedroom. I was safer there. Not safe, but safer. The goal was to go unnoticed. If everybody could just forget that I was there, that was a good night. But the problem is when they remember that I was there, and then all of a sudden it kind of sucked. Like having to go to, like I had to leave my room to go to the bathroom, and I had to leave my room to get food. I wasn't allowed to just pee in my bedroom. I think most people have that rule. But I couldn't have food in my bedroom, so I had to leave in order to get food. And so I would try and stay in my bedroom as long as I could until I was so fucking hungry that then I had to go get food. And to this day, I eat fast. I eat so fucking fast. It's just so quick, and I don't. That could be why I don't feel well after I'm done eating because I eat so damn fast. Because the goal was to prepare and eat the food as fast as I fucking could to get back into my bedroom where I was safer to go unnoticed. That was the goal. Go unnoticed. So that's why I know exactly why I eat fast. Like still to this day, I eat fast, and I recognized it yesterday when I got done eating. I went to a restaurant with my daughters and their boyfriends, and I was done eating quick, and I'm like, fuck. I mean, it's so fast. I couldn't. I'm like, son of a bitch. Like everybody else is still eating. I'm all of a sudden I'm like, fuck. I should have tried to eat slower, but I didn't think about it until I was done eating. Anyway, I have certain quirks, and I know exactly why I have them. So I feel nauseous about having to like leave the safety, relative safety of my bedroom in order to go eat. So it's still to this day when I feel hunger, I feel nauseous associated with it. I'm okay. It's okay for me to go eat. I'm not going to be fucked with while I'm eating. And that was the household I grew up with. When they realized that you were there, then you're a target. If they were busy doing something else, their own thing, or they forgot that you were there, everything was good. But you gotta eat. It's difficult to eat quickly and have to like look over your fucking shoulder. So like enjoying, like sitting and just enjoying your meals, not something I do. I eat to live, and I eat poorly. I just I don't eat good food. I eat not so good food. Processed. I eat processed foods because the goal is to eat quickly. I gotta stop talking about this. I'm gonna get upset. Anyway, slower than you. Hi, slower than you. Says, hey man, happy to catch you online. Bernie Loft says, label it instead, Walton. I have no idea what I was talking about, Bernie Loft. You said label it instead, Walton. I don't have any idea what I was talking about that you're saying that to. Label it instead. I'm not sure what it was that you're wanting me to label. You want me to label it instead of doing something else, or do you want me to label something with the word instead? Like write instead on a label and slap it on something? I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. That's when you notice your mind going down a path unhooked by labeling. I notice I'm having the heroes of eating story. It'll help detach it from hooking you to emotions wise. It will? Yeah. Heroes means thoughts. Oh fuck, now I gotta read it again. When you notice your mind going down a path unhooked by labeling, I notice I'm having the thought of eating story. It'll help detach it, hatch it, hooking it emotions wise. Like the thought. I couldn't follow. I couldn't follow. Do you have another example? Wee-In says, I have food issues as I was a chubby kid who was made fun of, but also one school meal had to eat it all. Same at home, clear that plate, wonder why I was fat. Uh, that's that's right. It was all my fault. That sucks. We to have you got eat. You having issues with eating. You know exactly why. And some fucking person in the past sucks. Burning Law says label them after saying I'm in price. I'm having X thought. It's super powerful. I'm in price. Label them after saying in price. I'm having X thought. It's super powerful. Is the word price supposed to be in there? Label them after saying in price. I'm having X thought. It's super powerful. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm trying to figure it out. I really am, but I'm struggling. I think I'm tired. So when my mind spirals into despair of how fucked I am, etc., etc., it helps if I catch myself and say, I notice I'm fucked thoughts. Or even when it's real intense, I notice that I notice. You had the word fucked in there, and it went right on through. And that's interesting. All right, so I have that awareness, the awareness that I'm having the thoughts. I've had the awareness that I'm having the awareness. I've had it all. I've done it like I'm having a horrible thought, things are out of control, and then I realize I'm having horrible thoughts, things are out of control, and I realize what I'm doing. I've tried relabeling things. I've tried it all. But I also and I have the thought like I'm realizing I'm having bad thoughts, and then I realize that I'm realizing that I've had bad thoughts, and then I realize that I realize that I realize that I'm having bad thoughts. Like it starts out, I'm having the bad thoughts, and then one day I realize I'm having it, and then I realize that I realize I'm having it. These are different levels of realization that actually fucking happen. And that awareness sucks because it doesn't stop it. It's like I'm aware that I'm doing this, and I'm aware I'm doing it again. But also, I don't even know how hard I am trying anymore to. I've given up on the thoughts of stopping. I don't think they'll ever stop. It's more like I just roll with it. It's like, oh yeah, this is taking over. Oh well, what can I do? Nothing's gonna stop it. It's just everything I can think of delays it. Shit always comes back. It always comes back. Doesn't matter what happens, it always comes back. Shit, did I make a video on that? I hope I did. I made something about it. No, that was the wrong one. I made a video today. It's depression and ADD medication. Does ADD medication help with depression? And the answer for me is no. It doesn't. The depression is still there. But the ADD medication allows me to function and allows me to not really think about it. The fact that I have depression's kind of funny. It's like being thirsty. Being depressed is like being thirsty. You might or might not be aware that you're thirsty. You might or might not be aware that you're depressed. It doesn't change the fact that you're suffering from symptoms of dehydration. Whether you're aware that you're thirsty or not, your body is in distress and you need to do something about it, whether you're aware of that or not. And that's the way depression works. It's like it's there and you can be aware of it sometimes and you cannot be aware of it. I think about having, I remember, no, this sucks. I remember having a shitty childhood. I remember being super depressed, and I remember going to an amusement park and being like super happy and literally thinking about how depressed I was not when I was at the amusement park. But then right, on my way home, the depression came screaming back, and I remember the drastic change that I had from going to this amusement park and like I was on an uptick, like my consciously everything was great, but the shit, that realization that when on the way home that nothing had happened with the depression had been there the whole time. It's just that I wasn't aware of it at the time, but then it's like it just comes crashing back. Like I have terrible depression showing me a good time, like you said, giving me a good day doesn't change anything. It's just chronic, lifelong, decades of depression. Like people can say, "Oh, I thought things were going well for you. You seem so happy." It's like, well, no. The depression always comes back. It's always there. Come back into your consciousness. It's like, oh yeah, all of a sudden, so you realize something, then you feel it. You just feel it. It's there. I don't know. ADD medication wears off. Sabrina said, "Oh shit, I understand, Wee Yin. No one asking anything. Proud of you getting healthier, Wee Yin. Wait, what are we talking about? No one asked me. Wait, what are we talking about? I ended up with getting to be morbidly obese at a very young age to anorexic, yet no one asked me how I did that in such a small time frame. A little over a year, I lost 50 kilos. I don't, I don't know how much a kilo is. That 150 pounds? We do pounds here, unless we're talking about drugs. Certain drugs we deal with in kilos. Anorexia is dangerous. We were talking about that earlier. Were you here for that? That's the most dangerous mental illness that there is. It's the most deadly mental illness that there is anorexia. But anorexia is often associated with past trauma. And so having this anorexia is often a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So complex post-traumatic stress disorder is one of the most deadly mental disorders. It sucks. Damn it. Oh man, the bummer, the depression is there. That's why I'm talking about it. The depression is there. It's like I'm very aware that it's there. And that's a bummer. I knew that was going to happen. I just thought it was going to take longer. So yesterday and today, I was on my full dose of my ADD medication. So yesterday, I don't remember having the ADD medication wore off. Then the depression kicks in. My kids were here last night. They were here for until like I don't remember what time. Like probably this time. I wonder if that's an association. I'm very disoriented right now. My brain's not functioning correctly. I noticed that my depression is trying to grab the mic, then just redirect. Said Bernie Loff. How do you redirect? I don't even I don't even fight the depression. I don't even know how to fight depression. I don't even I just it's just there. It's like it's just waves and you just roll with it. I gave up on taking depression medication a long time ago. I took depression med? Damn, it was a long time ago. I suffer from the ideation, you know, the bad thoughts, the fatal ones, and you gotta be careful when you take new medication for depression because it can have the reverse effect on you, especially right away when you start taking it. It takes a while to adjust. So if you're already in a horrible place and you all of a sudden get sicker, that can be just the kind of push that you need in order to send you over the edge. I didn't like the adjustment periods to the depression medication, and I never had one that worked. I never had one that I felt better. What does Xanax do? Is that for depression? No, that's for anxiety, right? Isn't that the one that you can get addicted to? Like, are there depression medications you can get addicted to? Because they work so well, the kind that you take them and you all of a sudden you instantly start feeling better, but then it wears off quickly and you got to take more and then you get more and more and more kind of thing. 112 pounds. Weigh-ins is 112 pounds. To me, I had to Google that. So 50 kilos is 112 pounds. I thought it was like 3 pounds to a kilo. I guess not. Two and change. You lost 112 pounds in a year. Like, did everybody say good job? 112 pounds in a year. I mean, that's a terrible method of losing weight, the anorexia method. Yeah, it's awful. That's an awful way to lose weight. No, that's for sure. Exercise is a good way to lose weight, but anorexia method is not so much. No. I'm still here. Says benzos. Wait, what do benzos do? Those are sold on the street, right? I think that's a street drug. All right, what do benzos do? Is that for depression? I can call my I can call my psychiatrist and I can get a prescription for. My psychiatrist was he was a super nice guy. Like he was chatty too, he would tell me all kinds of stuff, and he'd probably give me a prescription for anything at all. I haven't told him. Well, anxiety. I'm pretty sure Nancy Pelosi is on benzos. That's for anxiety. Can you get addicted to those? Because I would. If you can get addicted to it, I will get addicted to it. If it changes my life and makes me feel better, I will become addicted to it. There's no doubt about it. And abuse it, whatever it is. As I do with everything that I find that it gives me even the slightest bit of relief from my complex post traumatic stress disorder, I will abuse the hell out of it until it stops working. And then find something else to abuse the hell out of. But I can try benzos. I have anxiety. I have anxiety about having anxiety, and I have anxiety about like taking something to stop the anxiety because I'm afraid of who I will become when I don't have anxiety. Like if I have it right now, I'm afraid to talk to people. I don't talk to people. But if I took something for anxiety, I'm afraid that I would be start to be chatty and I would start having dialogues with people, and that scares me. Because what if I stop taking the medication and then all the anxiety comes back and then I'll have anxiety like, oh my God, about these conversations that I had with people. I'm like, and then I start thinking I get all kinds of traumatized again. I'm like, based on, I could have 100 conversations with someone, but one conversation goes kind of questionable or iffy, and what I said could have been interpreted bad. That's the only thing I'm going to think about. And I'll let that destroy my life. Why not? Have the one bad thought. Bummer. Weekend says, yes, the oh, look at you, wonderful comments fill the dive to keep it up, and yep, exercise. So, drive. Oh, filled the drive to keep it up, and yep, exercise was also a tool I'd use. Exercise is good, but you wrote the drive. FFS. For fuck's sake, my fingers. Question mark. They make I have a bunch of these. Oh man, they're not handy. They make like Bluetooth keyboards. I've got several of them actually. I don't have any handy here, but I got different size ones. Oh man, I think I have a bunch. I tried a bunch of different ones because when I was making videos, like I was making 50, 60 of them a day for a while. My hands hurt so bad. I was trying a bunch of different keyboards. I don't make as many as I used to before I hit a hard depressive phase where shit slowed down a lot. Fuck. I don't know what to do now. I have despair. I feel despair. That's what I'm feeling. God, I identified it. Thank God. You feel shit and you feel it and you don't like the way that you feel, but there's no way to describe it. It's like you're trying to describe how you feel, and it's like you can't put it into words exactly what you're feeling. I feel despair, is what I feel. That's the correct word. Wow, I'm glad I found it. Fuck, despair kind of makes me feel like hopelessness. Yeah, that's definitely true. I've never said that out loud before. I don't like it. I feel hopeless. Yup, I feel despair. That is what I'm feeling for sure. Damn, I felt this for a long time. Hmm, that's exactly correct. Man, that sucks. Something needs to change. I got nothing to look forward to. This sucks. I looked forward. That's the problem. I looked forward into my future. That's what I just did. This is why I have despair. I don't have anything to look forward to. I've got nothing going on. I have no plans. Well, my daughter's birthday is coming up. I want to tell her happy birthday. It's in early February, but that's not plans. Son of a bitch. I got nothing. I got nothing on the horizon. Damn it! I hate that awareness. I was waiting to see, those moments you're just waiting to see. So I was waiting to see. I've been at work now for my job for over 90 days, and I told my boss, I'm like, I've been here for over 90 days because when I hired on, I was hired on at a certain wage, and then after 90 days, I agreed to the wages. After 90 days, let's reevaluate how much I'm being paid to see if what I'm doing versus what I'm paid is close. So 90 days had passed, and he told me on Friday they gave me a raise. It's 20%. 20% is pretty fucking good. So I must be doing a pretty good job. So I was like waiting to see what that was. And now, like, the next time I get a raise, unless I do something extraordinary, probably won't be for another year. So I was waiting to see. There was something I was waiting to see what would happen there. I got nothing waiting to see. I got nothing to look forward to. I've got nothing on the horizon. I don't have any. I have no plans. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I don't know where I see myself at all. I don't have. I have no ambition. I have no pride. Obviously, I can tell you all these things. That sucks. Not having any ambition. When I first started working at this job, there were parts of the job that I liked, and like there were parts of the job that like I didn't like as much. And I was aware of it when I was doing stuff, but I was recently, for a few weeks now, maybe longer. It's been where it's just like, it doesn't matter. Like you want to do this, and I'm like, And I think to myself, like a while ago, months ago, I'm like, oh, that job would have sucked, but now I'm like, well. It doesn't matter. I just don't care. I know that's not good. That's a bad. That's a really really bad symptom of depression. When it's like when someone says something like, "Hey, do you want to do this?" and it's a really shitty thing to do, and you're just like, whatever. Or it's like it's a really fun thing to do, and you're just like, whatever. I mean, it doesn't make any difference. I have a lot of the dangerous symptoms of depression. And that's the kind of thing I should probably tell my psychiatrist. My psychiatrist doesn't know that I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. He doesn't. He does know that I have autism. He doesn't know about the depression or the ideation. He doesn't know about the drug addiction because I haven't told him about any of that stuff. Because I'm afraid that if I told him about any of that other stuff, he wouldn't give me the ADD medication, and I know that works. But I'd be afraid he want to take me off the ADD medication and try me on something else that might or might not work. And I don't want to lose the one thing that I know is helping me. But I should be more honest with my psychiatrist. Maybe I should get another psychiatrist. No, I don't want to go through the process. Can you have more than one psychiatrist? I mean, you can, right? Both of them prescribing you different stuff. You can have that, right? Can you have one psychiatrist for one disorder and another one for another disorder? I guess that's a thing, right? Why wouldn't that be a thing? I don't know. My eyes hurt. I feel incoherent. I feel like I'm not talking. I'm not making sense. I feel like I'm talking unintelligently about everything I've discussed so far. I feel like I'm letting everyone down. I feel like this is bad. I feel like I'm doing a bad job. I feel like my quality, the product that I'm creating at the moment, is low quality. I feel like I'm failing. I feel like production is diminishing. I feel despair. Yep, that's the right word. I'm not fun to be around. I'm really not. I'm not a fun person to be around. I'm depressing. I don't feel like I have a good effect on other people. I know there's been lots of examples where people have come in and tried to, like, oh, this person is, I'm going to try and help this person, improve this person, and I've done more damage to them than they've done good to me. I'm very pessimistic. You know, I can make other people very pessimistic too, and I warn people. I'll say something and I'm like, oh, I'm very pessimistic. People try and turn me around and it doesn't work out so well. Sometimes people try to sell me on religion, that never goes well. Well, luckily I don't talk to people much anymore, so I don't get a lot of people selling me on religion. You're fine, Walton. I don't have a YouTube channel, and many work when not at work. Cyber hugs from Sabrina. Thank you. Cyber hugs. No, luckily I don't charge. My live streams are free. Luckily I don't charge for this. I would feel all kinds of despair. Like I would feel like I'm not giving people what their money's worth. I don't know how I possibly could give people what their money's worth if I had any kind of. Bernie Loft keeps trying to get me to have a monthly subscription, which I have one. It's $500 a month. Don't fucking buy it. I have nothing to offer. So let's just say I charged $1 a month for a membership. I have nothing to offer for $1 a month, and I keep equating myself with Netflix. I don't know how much Netflix is, but it's like I think it's $20 a month. I have no fucking idea. But it's auto paid. I have it, but it's just auto paid. Let's just say $20 a month. So they've got, I don't know, 1,000 different things that you can watch for $20 a month. So 1,000. That's just so wrong. Thousands of different things that you can watch for $20 a month. What? How can I fucking compete with that? How can I compete with 5% of what Netflix has to offer? Like 5% of what they offer is what, 1,000 things? Probably. They've got so much shit to offer. So they've got hundreds of movies, hundreds of TV shows that you can watch for, if they broke it down for 5% of what Netflix is. I don't have that to offer. I don't have anything to offer. Stickers for $1. What do the stickers do? I don't know what the stickers do. I don't know how stickers work on YouTube. I mean, I know how stickers work in the real world. Emojis special to your page. Like, oh, I can make my own emojis. I know I can do that. I don't know, but I know I can make them. I'm not using all of the tools I have available. Being a YouTube partner, there's a lot of different ways that I can make money on YouTube, and I'm not using them. I should. It's mental defect. There's something about it. It's imposter syndrome. Is what it is. I feel like I'm not worthy of charging shit for anything. I don't feel like, yeah, it's the problem. I don't feel like I'm doing anything that's quality enough. Yes, you get to make your own and no else. No one else. And no one else. Oh, okay. I read that word. No one else gets unless the member. You make your own. Oh, okay. What can you do with a sticker? Wait, you talking about real stickers? You're not talking about real stickers. You're talking about like stickers that are like YouTube stickers. My dog is pushing my leg off of the chair that it's on. He just stretched and he pushed me. You just pushed me. He's the sweetest. I have the sweetest puppy. I don't feel right. My head hurts. Man, am I suffering? No, it's a dumb question. I'm always suffering. It's fun. Mental anguish. Wee Yin says I have stickers on stuff. What is it? Well, I don't know how stickers work. I don't know what that means. What do you mean you have stickers on stuff? Where can you stick them? Like, where can you use them? How do you use them? Ask your daughters. Ask your daughters or in a chat. You think they would know? I don't know if my kids have any. My kids are they're TikTokers. They like TikTok. My kids have always liked TikTok. I'm just like, well, I'm on YouTube. And they're just like, yeah, we're gonna watch YouTube. Which is a good thing, 'cause I talk about all my mental illnesses here, and I mean, I talk about shit my kids don't need to hear. So my kids will, there's every once in a while, I have one of my daughters jumps on my live stream and will watch my live stream, and then we'll comment on one of my live streams. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're not supposed. I told my kids that don't watch my channel because I talk about the horrors of mental illness, the worst parts of mental illness. And I don't want my kids to know that. My kids know that I'm all fucked up though. They're very aware. They're adults. My kids are adults. They know I suffer from the ideation. You know, the ending yourself ideation. They know that that's bad. I hope that hasn't. I hope they don't worry about that. But you know, if you suffer from the ideation, I made a video about this. They're ending yourself ideation. Do you tell your children about it? I mean, do you talk to your kids about it? Do you talk, because you're like, my kids are adults and I have talked to my kids about it. I have talked to, I've asked my kids if they've ever had and hurting themselves thoughts ever. And they have, both of them have. Which is, you know, heartbreaking to hear as a parent. But, you know, we talked about it. There's a lot of topics that apparently are difficult for parents to talk to about with their kids. Well, I think this might be autism that I have here. Is easier for me. It was a lot easier for me to talk to my kids about shit than other people talking to their kids about shit. I remember watching TV with my daughter when she was a teenager, and we'd be watching TV, and somebody would say some word or phrase, and I'd say, to my daughter, I'd say, "Do you want to know what that is?" Or she would hear a word or phrase, and she would ask me, "What is that word or phrase? What does that mean?" And I would say to her, "It's a sex thing. Do you want to know?" And she said, and the first time I said, she goes, "Ew, God, no." And I said, "Okay." And then something else came up on the TV, and then did the same thing. She's like, "What does that mean?" And I'm just like, "It's a sex thing. Do you want to know?" She's like, "No." And then like 15 minutes later, she's like, "Okay, good. Tell me what it was." And I told her what it was. If my kids wanted to know, I would tell them. I don't care. I figured they need to know stuff. Like the Urban Dictionary. Because I told them, I said, I had daughters. So I said, the teenage boys are going to say shit to you that's going to be innuendo, and you need to be paying attention for it. If they say something to you and you're not 100% sure what they're talking about, look at it from the point of view that they're trying to say something inappropriate about sex. And then you might figure out what the fuck they're talking about. Like giving you a pearl, like giving a pearl necklace. Giving someone a pearl necklace is a thing. Look that up on your Urban Dictionary. It's a song by ZZ Top. So I told my kids you got to be careful, because I know how teenage boys are. I was one, and I was around them when I was one, and I remember hearing and seeing a lot of stuff. So they're gonna say some terrible shit to you, and they're gonna try and hide it in this way and the other. Gotta pay attention. ZZ Top was awesome. We in ZZ Top fan. They had a song called Tush. My favorite ZZ Top song is the one where they redid the Elvis Presley song, Viva Las Vegas. Damn it, it took me a minute to get it. It was really great because it's like Elvis singing, but there's a whole lot of electric guitar in there, and the drums are awesome. Viva Las Vegas. Damn it, it's really bad. The feeling that I'm feeling is really bad. I don't know what it's like. It's like I feel like I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, and thinking to myself, I shouldn't have live streamed last night because it's just shitty. This is shit. I'm doing a shitty job, and I shouldn't be doing this. This is bad. I need to stop. Bree, hi Bree says like dread. No, it's not dread. It's despair. Dread is when like something's coming up and you don't want to do it. I feel no, mine's more like I got nothing coming up and I feel despair because of it. I've got nothing going on. So it's not like I'm dreading something that's coming. I've got nothing coming and I feel like shit because of it. I have nothing. I have nothing in going on. I have no ambition. There's nothing I want to do. There's nothing I want. I've thought about numerous times. I'm like, I need to do something. I'll go out and buy myself something. Treat yourself. I got to do something because my mental illness is so bad. There's nothing I want. I've gone through my Amazon wish list. I'm like, I'm going to pick something off my Amazon wish list, just something to make me feel better. There's nothing I want. Then I'm looking at all this stuff. I'm like, So it's not good. My brain is not good. Because I'm working with people and my bosses I have several people that I'm working for and they're like they need help doing different things and they're like asking me, do you want to do this, do you want to do this, and it's like some of that stuff and like that's a shitty job, but I'm like I don't care. So I just don't care. Purpose, us humans don't do very well without a purpose. That's it. I think you're on the money there, Bernie Loff. That's what I lack purpose. I don't have anything. That sucks. I just got nothing going on. My kids are adults. I mean, they can live without me. They don't need me anymore. They're self-sufficient. They got good jobs. They both have college degrees. I don't have a college degree. Bastard. Let me find something. That's all we've ever done. We've got this far. Purpose. Okay. Awesome. I don't have anything. I don't have any purpose. Why I need to make a cat tree for my daughter now that I think about it. Hold on, that's not too terrible. I gotta go to the store. I wanted to go to the store, the hardware store today to buy materials to make my daughter a cat tree. 2x4s and plywood. The excuse I used to not leave the house, the made up excuse that I used to not leave the house. I have agoraphobia. It's not, that's the reason why I didn't leave the house. But the reason that I justified not leaving the house was the cold. Because it got into the teens today and it was windy. And if I was going to buy a piece of plywood, I'd have to like lash it, strap it to the top of my. I have a minivan. I have a utility minivan, but I would have had to have strapped it to the roof of my van, and then so I would have had to like in the parking lot where it's windy, picking up this piece of, which I've done many times before. It's not that big of a deal, but when it's windy, trying to move a piece of plywood is a lot harder. It would have been a 4x8 sheet. And then I got to stand out in the cold while I strap it on there. And then I got to come home, unstrap it, also in the cold, and then put it in my. The 2x4s will fit inside of the van, but the plywood will not. Anyway. Bree says, yeah, if I don't force myself to leave the house, it gets harder and harder to do it at all. Yeah, that's for sure. I was unemployed for like a year and a half, and in that last half of a year, things got really bad. I went months without leaving the house except to walk my dog. That was the only time that I would ever go, and I didn't get far because the dog doesn't go far. I didn't even go around the block. We just kind of walk down the street one way, walk down the street the other way, and that's kind of it. And we're kind of done. That gets harder and harder to do every day. I'm concerned about running into people. I'm just concerned because I don't like people. I'm not a people person. People are difficult for me. I desperately want and need, to be around other people because I'm human. I need to be around other people, but I'm so damaged and broken. I don't want to be around other people. Both scenarios are bad. They're both lose-lose situations for me. It's a losing all the way around. So I don't know which one. I assume self-isolation is better. I don't know that it is. I assume I'm going to be alone for the rest of my life, just me and the dog. I've just accepted that. That's a sad reality. I'm just going to be alone forever. Excuse me, I'm sorry, that was disgusting. I've got to move. 9 o'clock. I have to go to bed because I have to get up at 3 o'clock, which is in 6 hours. Come here. Oh, I got me a big old puppy. I got me a puppy. Do you see this puppy right here? He's adorable. He's real too. He's not a fake puppy. He's real. Look. Can you see him? He's real. He's one of those real ones. Oh, I should have moved sooner. My legs are all stiff. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm tired now that I stood up. I'm old. I'm getting old. I don't like it. Okay. Oops, sorry. Too close to my face. Turn the lights out. Don't get scared. Okay. My bedroom's actually clean, which is nice. I had a bunch of dirty clothes all over the floor for a long time, and I did all of my laundry, like all of my laundry. And it was really weird because I don't have enough closet space for all of my laundry to put in there, which I don't know that I knew her before. I don't know that I've ever actually done all of my laundry. Light. Did I brush my teeth? I probably need to do that. I have my, can you see over here? I have my clothes laid out that I'm going to wear tomorrow. Like, here's my socks, underwear. It's all right there. My pants are over there. They're hanging on the chest piece. Can you see this right here? This is my floating furniture. This is my dresser right here. It's floating. There's no legs on it. It's got a light on the bottom. It's got these hooks on the side of it so I can hang my clothes like that. I made this myself. It's fantastic because there's no legs on it, so the vacuum goes right under it. But when you bump into it, it does not move. There's no give whatsoever. So if you bump it, it hurts. But when you mount your furniture to the wall, there is no behind the dresser. So there's no like, oh crap, it fell behind the dresser. No, nothing's falling behind the dresser. It's mounted to the wall. I can show you all of it here. That's the chest of drawers. That's my pants, my work pants. That I'm wearing tomorrow. It's also got a light underneath it. No legs. It's hard to point things out when you're brushing your teeth. That's my nightstand over here. No legs. This is the bed right here. No legs. That's a bunch of cushions right there with a blanket over it so my dog can jump up onto my bed. There's the other nightstand over there. Also has a light on it. The bed has lights on it. Everything has lights underneath it. I made my furniture myself. It is made from red oak. Is that in the right spot? I don't know. I gotta turn this other light off. And the stain color I used was called red mahogany. So it's red oak, and the stain is red mahogany. And mahogany is just another word for red. So I have red oak. Okay. There we go. Boom there. Lay there. Put this here. Hold on. I'm taking Tums. Antacids. I'm taking antacids before I go to bed because acid in your stomach makes your ADD medication not work as well. So antacids make your ADD medication work better. Ugh. Hi, are you coming in? You coming over? Come on. Hi. Hold on, I got a blanket for you, buddy. Here he is. I've got the best puppy. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, man. Okay, this is quite nice, actually. I have a bed. I'm horizontal. Being horizontal is quite nice, actually. Oh, yeah. Alright, I just have to get everything right. Laying down, horizontal. Gotta get my head in the right spot. I got my puppy, but he wants to be under the blanket, so I can't show him to you because he's cold. He doesn't like to be cold. He's little, and he's short-haired, and he's got male pattern baldness on his belly. Poor guy. So I can describe him to you. He's a dog, but he's got his own blanket on him. He's got a burrito blanket wrapped on him, and then he's got the comforter that I'm using. It's on both of us. So he has a blanket and a comforter. I just have a comforter. So the dog is better insulated than I am. You know, I like him more than me. I've done that before, where he's all wrapped up in the blanket, all nice and cute, and I'm just outside of it shivering. But he's adorable, you know, and he's happy. He's all nice and warm and toasty. I don't want to interrupt that. He's a good dog. He's my buddy. He's my buddy. My good dog.
have a little buddy. Then, then why are you doing that? Mm. 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 Oh my God.